The Senate is in session.
Messages from Her Excellency the President.
I'm a receipt of a message from Her Excellency the President to the Honorable the Senate. And it reads as follows. Her Excellency the President wishes to inform the Honorable the Senate of the death of the Right Honorable Sir Lloyd Sandiford, KAJP, former Prime Minister of Barbados, on Monday, 26 June 2023, and signed by Her Excellency the President. Could you please join me in a moment's silence in respect to the passing of Sir Lloyd Sandiford. Rest in peace. Thank you.
Announcements by Your Honor.
Announcements. First, we have communication from a number of senators extending apologies for absence today. Senator Dr. Christina Hines, Senator Kevin Boyce, Senator Andrew Malibu, Senator Patricia Paris, Senator Monique Tate, Senator Canon Dr. Rogers. Further announcements. Since we last met, we had the unfortunate news of the passing of the mother of our colleague, the Honorable Senator Gregory Nichols, and we ask you to join with me in a moment's silence in respect of the passing of his dear mother. May she rest in peace. Thank you.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I'd like to thank you for your expressions of sympathy and support given during the period. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other announcements and receipt of minutes of our meetings on, give the dates, minutes of our meeting for confirmation. First of all, we're taking them individually. Minutes of our meeting on Wednesday, March 29th, 2023 for confirmation. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move the confirmation of the minutes of Wednesday, March 29th, 2023.
The question is, the minutes of our meeting on Wednesday, March 29th be confirmed. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Minutes, the ayes have it. Those minutes stand confirmed. Minutes of our meeting of Wednesday, May 10th.
Mr. President, I beg to move the confirmation of the minutes of Wednesday, May 10th, 2023.
The question is that the minutes of our meeting held on Wednesday, May 10th, 2023 be confirmed. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Those minutes of Wednesday, May 10th, 2023 are confirmed. Minutes of Wednesday, May 17th, 2023.
Mr. President, I beg to move the confirmation of the minutes of Wednesday, May 17, 2023.
The question is that the minutes of our meeting held on Wednesday, May 17th, 2023 be confirmed. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Those minutes stand confirmed. Our minutes of Wednesday, May 24th, 2023.
Mr. President, and finally, I beg to move the confirmation of the minutes of Wednesday, May 24, 2023.
The question is that the minutes of our meeting held on Wednesday, May 24th, 2023 be confirmed. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Those minutes are confirmed.
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I am commanded to lay the following documents: the annual report and audited financial statements of the Central Bank of Barbados for the year ended December 31st, 2022, the Barbados Optional Savings Bonds Plus offered to the public, monetary value of the bonds, number 11 of the order of 2023, the Barbados Optional Savings Bonds Plus offered to the public, amendment order 2023, and the annual report and audited financial statements of the student revolving loan for the year ending March 31st, 2022.
Reports from select committees. Questions to ministers. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the Senate on matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers or parliamentary secretaries. Personal explanations. Motions relating to the business or sitting of the Senate are moved by a minister.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move the suspension of standing orders 45.2.1 and 22.1 for the remainder of today's sitting.
The question is that standing orders 45.2 and 22.1 be suspended for the remainder of today's sitting. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Those standing orders 45.2, 22.1 are therefore suspended for the remainder of today's sitting.
Introduction of bills.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice of the following bills and to move that they be read a first time. The Airport Service Charge Amendment Bill 2023 and the Central Bank of Barbados Amendment Bill 2023. That is, Mr. President, to give notice of these bills and to beg that they both be read a first time.
The question is that the Airport Service Charge Amendment Bill 2023 and the Central Bank of Barbados Amendment Bill 2023 be read a first time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Those bills are accordingly read a first time.
Public business, sir.
Public business is the order of the day.
Order number 1, sir. In the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the Duties, Taxes, and Other Payments Exemption Bill 2023.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, thank you very much. This is a relatively simple but also an important amendment that is being made to this bill. Mr. President, I think that everyone is aware that the government of Barbados since 2018 embarked on an aggressive and an active campaign of reforming our public finance management processes and ensuring that all of the systems relating to the treatment of our fiscal affairs were brought into right standing. And we have seen over the course of that corresponding period a number of pieces of legislation coming to this honourable chamber, Mr. President, for amendment, or in some instances, new measures being introduced that overall lend themselves to more effective, efficient and transparent management of the government's finances, and therefore, as an extension, Mr. President, the people of Barbados's finances as administered by the government of Barbados. And so this bill, which is before this honourable chamber, Mr. President, effectively continues that trajectory that we as an administration have committed to and have been executing on in the corresponding period. So it simply aims to improve the processes for the granting of exemptions to individuals, businesses and agencies from the payment of duties, taxes and other imposts. Now, in summary, where is this coming from, aside from us having our own homegrown approach to treating to the fiscal affairs of the country? We have been, as a consequence, Mr. President, receiving and conducting a series of studies on how Barbados's finances are being managed and how the administration of our financial system is being treated to. And so in 2022, there was a technical study which was undertaken by the IMF, and they prepared what is described as a technical report which looked at the development of exemption control capacity. What did the government need to do in order to ensure that there was a capacity to improve these processes? And one of the recommendations coming out of that report that incorporates our financial and our economic teams was that there be an amendment to the legislation governing duties, taxes, and other payments exemptions to ensure that the recommendations of that report were action. And what were those recommendations, Mr. President? I want to go through all four of them very quickly, just to make sure that we are clear what this bill is aiming to do. One, respecting the primacy of this honourable chamber and the other place, Mr. President, in providing oversight to the legislative agenda. And the first of the recommendations treated to in this amendment is the tabling of tax expenditures in Parliament in the budget. And you will see that reflected as a consequence in the amendment, Mr. President. Equally so, you are also seeing the annual tabling of the accounts for the public finances, showing exemptions granted to the various entities and what levels those exemptions are being calculated at, and so that there is a level of transparency which we as a country have historically been calling for, and we continue to call for, and we as a government continue to both proactively and reactively ensure that we are providing, because these are principles to which we subscribe. Equally, Mr. President, we also have put an oversight mechanism in place that allows for there to be a Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs and Investment process that governs when exemptions are being granted. As we all know, Mr. President, we have, for example, if we were to use the tourism sector, under the Tourism Development Act, there are a range of concessions that are provided to the sector. But equally, there are a number of measures that are outside of that sector that can be rightfully imposed under Article 67B, which is duties and other taxes legislation. And that allows for discrepancies at times, as has been the case in the past, certainly before this government came into office, where entities functioning in the same sector, providing the same services, are being differentiated between by one entity being given a level of exemptions that are over and above those within which all other entities in the same sector are functioning. That is something that most definitely has taken place in the past in the tourism sector. And so what we're attempting to do, Mr. President, is to ensure that there is policy coherence in the processes that are being applied. And then finally, Mr. President, we are compelling and shifting the burden onto the applicants to ensure that they are compliant with the law in order to be eligible for the application of these duties and exemptions. And so quite simply put, Mr. President, you have before you here in the Honourable Chamber today a very short piece of legislation, amending the existing legislation, which will then be repealed and replaced by this one to reflect the changes that I have just outlined. It really speaks overall to Barbados's commitment to tax management and also to process and transparency. But there is one element that is critical, Mr. President, and I am certain that you have heard the Minister of Finance in person of our Honorable Prime Minister, and you've heard the Minister in the Ministry of Finance in the person of the Honorable Ryan Strachan speaking about the revenue loss to government as a consequence of our processes having these kinds of difficulties where we're not stringently at all times ensuring that there's coherence between different pieces of legislation in different sectors and that a range of exemptions are being applied, costing government at times hundreds of millions of dollars in annual revenue because there are all of these exemptions that are not properly being put through the system and being processed. This amendment is a part of the government's overall approach to ensuring that we are able to treat effectively not just to fiscal management, not just to ensuring that there are processes in place, and certainly not just to ensuring that we are applying and implementing the recommendations of the technical study and technical report of the IMF, but ultimately that we are able to manage effectively government's revenue, the people's money, and have the ability as a government to have the level of revenue in the government's coffers that then allow us on the expenditure side to meet the social and developmental needs of our people. This, Mr. President, is the very simple amendment that is there. It has just 9 short sections. Those sections speak to, in the first instance, in Section 3, the exemption from taxes as applied by the minister. I have spoken about that oversight mechanism just now. Exemption from taxes with the approval of cabinet. That is very much that oversight mechanism. The conditions respecting order. It talks about how they're meant to be done in relation to this particular order. And then limitations on the exercise of the power to exempt, which is important to ensure that we are meeting the requirements of our fiscal oversight. And then finally, where there are repayments that need to be made, where a person has not complied with the recommendations. The last thing that I want to say on that particular point, Mr. President, is this. We have had instances where certainly in a number of our sectors, you have heard our Prime Minister speaking about it, and she has said, we need to ensure that there are conditionalities attached to duties, taxes, and exemptions, which place the burden of responsibility on the recipient of those exemptions for ensuring that the things that they say that they will do, they actually do. So, Mr. President, you will have some people who will come at sometimes and they will say, we want to be able to get duty-free exemptions, VAT-free exemptions, we want concessions because we want to engage in a certain type of business. And this business is going to redound to the benefit of Barbados in the following ways. We are going to create 500 jobs. We are going to help to support the generation of foreign exchange. We are going to ensure that there's economic growth and development by ensuring that there is economic activity taking place in our given course of business. And then you come, Mr. President, and then as you will see from various central bank reports over the years, the net foreign exchange earning value is actually mitigated by how many exemptions, taxes, and concessions are actually granted to a given business. And we have to ensure, Mr. President, that if you say you are going to be generating 50 jobs, this is a broader measure than that which is covered within the legislation, but it is a policy issue that if you say you're going to be creating 50 jobs as a basis of your business, then that is what you do, and that you're not then at the same time coming to apply for work permits to then bring external labor into the country where there are jobs that can be created for locals. Those are some of the measures that are now being implemented and are being developed for implementation through the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. And this particular piece of legislation simply begins, or continues, I should say, the process of updating our fiscal management and our fiscal oversight processes as it relates to duties, taxes, and exemptions. And with these very few words, Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time.
Thank you, Senator Cummins. Any speakers on this bill? If not, so the question is that this bill be read a second time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honor do now leave the chair and the Senate dissolves itself into a committee of the whole for further deliberation on this bill.
The question is that I do not leave the chair and the Honorable Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The Honourable Senate is now in committee.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that Clause 1 do now stand part.
The question is that Clause 1 do now stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 2 stand part.
The question is that Clause 2 do now stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 3 stand part.
The question is that Clause 3 do now stand part. Will honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 4 stand part.
The question is that Clause 4 do now stand part. Will honourable senators in favour please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 5 stand part.
The question is that Clause 5 do now stand part. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 6 stand part.
Question is that Clause 6 do now stand part. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 7 stand part.
Question is that Clause 7 do now stand part. Will honourable senators in favour kindly say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 8 stand part.
The question is that Clause 8 do now stand part. Will honourable senators in favour please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 9 stand part.
The question is that Clause 9 do now stand part. Will honourable senators in favour please say aye. Honourable senators against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The the ayes have it. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Duties, Taxes and Other Payments Exemption Act of 2023.
The question is that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Duties, Taxes and Other Payments Exemption Act 2023. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Order number 2, sir. In the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, but assigned to Senator Dr. the Honorable S.M. Monroe Knight, Minister of State in the Prime Minister's Office. To move the passing of a resolution that Parliament of Barbados take note of the Green Paper on the National Sports Policy.
Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm especially pleased this morning to be able to introduce for the passing of this resolution that the Parliament take note of the Green Paper on the National Sports Policy. Mr. President, let me start by first thanking the current Minister of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment and all of the other ministers before him under this administration, as well as the officials of the ministry and all of those critical stakeholders that would have participated and helped to shape this Green Paper for the National Sports Policy. It is an important piece of work, Mr. President, that is intended really to reshape sports development for Barbados, and that in itself is an important leap forward for us. There are those, Mr. President, who continually ask of this government, what is it that we are doing for people? How are we seeking to grow the economy? How are we, Mr. President, looking at propelling new sectors? And how are we intending to ensure that that growth is inclusive? And Mr. President, I want to suggest that this Green Paper for the National Sports Policy is intended to do just that. It is a recognition of this government that the economic sectors that are going to be important to drive this economy are no longer the traditional sectors, Mr. President, and that we need to be able to make sure that we invest in new and emerging sectors. We talk about, Mr. President, a knowledge economy. We talk about the creative economy. And in the context of this Green Paper, we're now also talking, Mr. President, about a sports economy. And I will beg, Mr. President, this morning that those whose lens are so dark and perhaps so blue, that they will not want to pay attention to what this government is doing and the level of investment that this government is placing in these new and emerging sectors, that they do, Mr. President, understand that the government is doing a new thing, is looking to build resilience and long-term economic stability, long-term economic growth. That, again, Mr. President, is inclusive. Mr. President, it is an important discussion because how we build out economic resilience matters for countries. There's been a lot of research around the nexus between sports and economic development, and the way that sports policy, the level of investment in the context of sports, can also have important multiplier impacts on different areas, on individuals, on communities, nationally, for health, recreation, tourism, all of those things, Mr. President. And very often, again, people see policies enunciated and think of them in isolation. But if you would recall, Mr. President, when the Prime Minister announced in her budget that we will have 11 national mini stadia, there were some people who asked, why do we need mini stadia? Why not invest in something else? But we understood and we knew that there was vision, Mr. President, behind that announcement. It's that same reason why this government has pumped for the first time under any administration billions of dollars in the sports sector, Mr. President. It is also why we have very carefully considered and taken advantage of the grant offered by the Chinese government for the rebuilding of the National Stadium, Mr. President. So that while people will see disparate things, there is vision and there is intent that now is coming together in the context of this green paper for a national sports policy. Mr. President, in the context of how we are intending to build out the sports economy and how we are intending to make sure that it becomes a critical plank in the context even of our wider development as well, is also to recognize that there are times when we can deliver instantly on some initiatives. There are times when transformation takes a longer time to come to fruition, and then there are also times when we need to be able to step back and reflect. And again, this national sports policy looks at, or probably is on all three of those spectrums. In that, we have taken stock of what is the current situation of sports within this country through a broad consultative process in the context of the development of this national sports policy, this green paper. So we've taken the time to reflect and then to put forward a policy framework. But we also understand that that policy framework will be delivered over a period of time. It is not intended that tomorrow, next week, that we will see the full fruition of this policy, but that we understand that this is a transformative process, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to say, for the record, that I've not been involved in sports personally. My endeavors were in other areas. Even though, Mr. President, I want to also, for the record, indicate that I did have a slight foray as a hurdler. It did not last long, Mr. President, it did not last long. But also, for the record, I want to say that I was a cheerleader and captain of my house at Springer Memorial. And I want to say that I believe, Mr. President, I made a very important contribution to sports at Springer. Being a cheerleader, you set the atmosphere for the athletes to be able to perform. That's a very important contribution, Mr. President. So that is something I want the record to show. Even though I may not have been out there on the field running, I made a contribution. But Mr. President, on a serious note, I have a number of family members that are actively involved in sports, particularly in football. The Paradise football team, a number of different generations there. I have uncles that were captain of the Paradise football team, an uncle by osmosis, yes please, was coach. One of my cousins now is national footballer Armando Lashley. So I call his name so that I can get, again, by osmosis, some of that. And I say all of that to say, Mr. President, is that I have a very real and good understanding of the multifaceted benefits that sports has on communities and individuals. I remember as a child growing up in Paradise Village that we followed with our hearts whenever the team went out to play. The entire community was mobilized to go out, whether they're playing on wherever they're playing, and particularly, Mr. President, when we were playing Gaw Hill, because there was always a rivalry between Gaw Hill and Paradise. So national stadiums for finals, who didn't have vehicles, everything, the entire community was mobilized to support. And when we lost, it was a wound for the community, yeah? And that we have to understand and appreciate that in the context of when we look at sports and sports development, and we talk about the economic benefits, which are very real, but we must also talk about those very real benefits as well that have to do with communities and building well-being in communities and addressing issues that have to do with social change, and building bonds with communities that are extremely real and that also as well can be long-lasting, Mr. President. That is, again, one of the critical things that you will find in the corners of this green paper, that focus on building sports for communities, Mr. President, which is critical. Statistics on the contribution of sports globally and regionally suggest to us that the global sports industry, Mr. President, is expected to grow at a compound annual rate of some 41.3% over the period 2021-2022. But also as well, by 2026, Mr. President, the global sports market is expected to be worth over $700 billion US. 700 billion US dollars. I looked at Jamaica, Mr. President, and the statistics based on the report that I saw for 2023 suggest that the value of sports to Jamaica is estimated at some 70 billion Jamaican dollars. In India, the total revenue of the sports market is projected to reach some US $8 million, and that was in 2022. And the total revenue is expected to show an annual growth rate of almost 15%. In Ghana, sports contribute some 1.4% of GDP. And in Barbados, according to some very rough estimates coming out of the university, it indicates that sports contributes between 2 to 3% of GDP right here in Barbados, and that is not insignificant, Mr. President. But the question is, why can't Barbados have a bigger share of this pie? And again, perhaps the question shouldn't be, why can't we have a bigger share? But how can we make sure that we have all of the necessary facets to build the ecosystem that enables us to take advantage of the market and then reap all of the other critical benefits that accrue to sports development? And again, this is what this green paper is intended to do. If you look at the 16 objectives that are outlined in the context of the sports policy, as well as the 12 thematic areas, what you see again is the building of that critical ecosystem that allows individuals, athletes, that allows for the upscaling and training of coaches, that speaks to building up the necessary infrastructure, that speaks to building out the governance structure in terms of support for the federations and their particular role. It talks as well, Mr. President, about how we are going to make sure that we build out ties in sports and tourism. I spoke about before sports and community, build out sports in the curricula of education, that holistic frame that is needed, Mr. President, to propel us to the next level and ensure that for Barbados, that we can excel in the context of sports development. It is, Mr. President, about repositioning sports and repositioning Barbados. When you look globally at who benefits from sports development, you will see that the actors, there are a multiplicity of actors and sectors that continue to benefit from sports. So, of course, you have the tourism players, Mr. President, that provide accommodation and cater to sports. Those are, of course, involved in producing equipment and sporting goods for the industry and sportswear. You have people involved in marketing, Mr. President. You have enterprises that are involved in maintaining sports infrastructure. You have commercial enterprise offering the use of sports facilities and lessons as well. Physiotherapists, Mr. President, fitness centers, dance studios, schools, etc. So that the benefit is, again, multifold in the context of what sports development can do in the context of building out a sports economy. And, Mr. President, I want to spend some time here on that notion of building out a sports economy, because it is very critical. We, again, Mr. President, talk about diversifying tourism, diversifying the economy, but we often don't pay attention to sectors like sports, like the cultural sector, as having a critical role in doing so. And one of the ways that this is extremely critical is because sports can serve to be an economic equalizer. An economic equalizer. When you look at Jamaica and you look at the athletes that Jamaica has been able to put on a world stage, and when you hear them speak about their circumstances and where they have come from, and how sports has now been able to elevate them and their particular circumstances, that there is power within the context of sports and operating at the very highest level that then can be able to pull persons who, in the context of how we see our society and the basis upon which we see excellence, that sports can be a lever to be able to allow those persons with that ingrained talent in order then, Mr. President, to also be able to rise to great heights in our society and on the world stage as well. So the promotion of a sports economy is not only about benefiting the big ones, as we tend to believe and tend to assume, but it's also about leveling the playing field and ensuring that we can take those persons, Mr. President, across a plethora of sporting areas to be able to exploit that talent, value that talent, Mr. President, and then also as well have them have a share of the economic pie, Mr. President. And this is an important point that we ought to be able to grasp. And that notion then is also about treating sports as a business as well, treating sports as a business. And you know, Mr. President, again, because I'm currently in culture, you know, it always strikes me that very often our practitioners, and I'm going to say as well those in the sports arena, are not often valued. They're not often valued. We do not see the work that they do. We do not see the level of input that they make as being strategic, as also being part of a business as well. The fact that these practitioners also need to be paid well for their effort, to recognize that the hours of training, Mr. President, is an investment, that they have to be away from their homes, that they have to discipline their bodies, Mr. President. That is an investment. It is part of a business. And again, this national sports policy seeks, again, to bring our attention to the treatment of sports as a business and to be able to value those persons that are involved and make sure that we can build the necessary support around them. The sports policy, Mr. President, in that context is underlined by a number of key principles, in particular, inclusivity, accessibility, respect, excellence, discipline, and fair play, Mr. President, to name a few of those key principles. And the underlying elements of those key principles means that we are building a sports policy that recognizes that unless we address some of those issues of inclusion, of equity, and access, that we will not then ensure that sports can play the critical role, the critical developmental role for all, Mr. President, for all, and not to the exclusion of some. And again, that is extremely important. I want to spend some time again on that principle, Mr. President, of inclusivity, because that's important, particular gender inclusion, Mr. President, which is again also one of the critical planks of this policy. I did some analysis, some research, Mr. President, and looked at the treatment of females in particular in the context of sports. And current, this is not 10 years ago, Mr. President, this is not even 5 years ago, as current as 2023. The analysis shows that female athletes are underpaid, sometimes playing the same sports as their male counterparts, are underpaid sometimes 3 and 4 times less than their male counterparts in the same arena. And we would have seen, Mr. President, our Prime Minister speak to the treatment of our female cricketers and the fact that they needed to be given fair treatment alongside their counterparts. And so that in the context of this national sports policy, gender inclusion plays a critical role. We have to ensure, Mr. President, that our females are, one, given the same level of pay, but also as well the same level of promotion as their male counterparts. That they are also identified, promoted, and held in the same esteem. That their records, Mr. President, are also on display equally, so that when we identify the great sports people of this country, that we identify as well and make sure that we are careful to identify the females as well, who are also making significant strides in the sports arena across multifold areas of sports. And Mr. President, I think that doing so will also send a strong signal and provide for young girls to participate in various sports. We're hearing now of the interest in playing football, development of women's football, a sport that was previously, particularly in Barbados, dominated by men. We're seeing now schools, some schools, and many more, hopefully will come on board, having female leagues as well, and that is also critical. But that has to then transcend across all other sporting arenas, Mr. President, so that we can see the level of inclusion that is necessary. But the sports policy also speaks to the inclusion, Mr. President, of the disabled, and this is also critical. Because we can no longer treat the disabled, or treat the differently abled rather, Mr. President, in ways that seek to exclude or even compartmentalize their participation. But that this sports policy is careful to think about the level of specific support that needs to be given in order to be able to, again, build that specific ecosystem around the differently abled within our society and how they can also as well benefit from the sporting arena, how we can also value what they will bring to the table in the context of sports, and then as well how we can create an impetus. Because unless we create the enabling environment, people will not think that they can participate. And this national sports policy is intended to create a roadmap and an enabling environment in order to facilitate that inclusion for gender and those as well for the differently abled. And again, that is an important element in the context of how we build social cohesion in this society, and using sports in order to be able to facilitate and build the necessary social cohesion. A lot of the analysis, Mr. President, that I did in terms of looking at best practices for the development of sports policy, so that we can look and see where our sports policy land in comparison to others, suggests to me, Mr. President, that we have, within the context of this Green Paper, the National Sports Policy, all of the critical elements that have been identified by experts as being important in order to build out the sports economy, in order to be able to build coherence in the context of sports development. And again, one of the important pillars that I spoke to in terms of inclusivity is one that across various countries has been highlighted. The experts would suggest that even though we can quote figures in terms, as I did, of the contribution of sports to the GDP, more importantly in the analysis is the extent to which we guarantee that the participation of sports does not have a distinction between economic classes, that it does not remain stratified, Mr. President, and that we are ensuring that our budgets for sports also as well facilitates indigenous sports. And I would, in the context of the Barbadian parlance, the poor man sports, Mr. President. And I would suggest, if you look at this Green Paper in National Sports Policy and its emphasis specifically on 1, cricket, 2, road tennis, and also as well beach sports, that this National Sports Policy is intended to be able to do just that, Mr. President. If we look, for instance, at road tennis, Mr. President, I would suggest very boldly that this administration has done phenomenal, and I will ask anyone to bring evidence to show that this government has not done all that it can in order to be able to promote road tennis as an indigenous sport. Mr. President, we've heard in the other place that the ministry has painted over 200 road tennis courts, Mr. President. We know that Rwanda has introduced road tennis because of the influence of Barbados and the way that we have sought to market it. We know, Mr. President, that in Canada, they have introduced road tennis in some of their schools and curriculum, Mr. President, because of the way that it has been marketed. If you go on the net now and you type in road tennis, you should see that one of the sites that would come up is the official site of Nike. And they have a page on road tennis and how to play Bajan road tennis, Mr. President. We have, Mr. President, opened up opportunities for increased remuneration through increased prizes, supported federations, particularly around road tennis, in order to be able to expand what was, again, the poor man sport, because we couldn't play the lawn tennis now to an international level, Mr. President. And I believe that we are all aware that our Prime Minister has said that the next level that she sees the sport going to is to become an Olympic sport, our indigenous road tennis. And that is why there is emphasis in the context of this national sports policy on making sure that we pay even more attention to the building out of road tennis again. And when we come back to that point that I made before about it being an equalizer, so you have this indigenous Barbados sport that we are intending to elevate, to put resources behind, to build out further as well. And then what happens to the persons, Mr. President, who are involved and play that sport? They are also elevated. And it is not just, Mr. President, what the Ministry of Sports, the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment is doing, but tourism as well. Again, if you go to the internet and you look at the Visit Barbados website, you will see, come to Barbados, the home of the indigenous road tennis, Mr. President. The Division of Culture, and I've said already in this honorable chamber, is intended to inscribe road tennis along with landship on the UNESCO record for intangible cultural heritage, Mr. President. The ministry, I know, again, of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment is making moves in order to be able to make sure that we grasp the intellectual property for road tennis. There is handbooks that have created to ensure that we map and document the rules and processes and all of the critical elements of road tennis. So again, that we will not have what has happened in other spheres, that road tennis belongs to somebody else years down the road, Mr. President. And that is the critical role of this national sports policy. In the context of cricket, and its focus on cricket, Mr. President, I will not spend too much time there because I think that we all recognize the history that Barbados has had in the context of cricket, the cricketing legends, Mr. President. But we've also as well bemoaned the fact that Barbados has lost its place of prominence in the context of West Indian cricket. And therefore, this sports policy is saying that we need to reclaim that space, and in order to be able to reclaim it, that again, we will put the investment and the necessary infrastructure behind it, again, over the long term, in order for us to be able to do so. We recognize that we have to make sure that we have a sporting program that is built on technology, Mr. President, that we have a sporting program that builds on excellence, Mr. President, that builds the necessary as well academic infrastructure, Mr. President. That is why currently we have programs at the Barbados Community College. We have programs at the University of the West Indies. But that is good. But then what happens to them? And how do we make sure that that contribution is not lost and that we can use it, again, in the context of sports development and in particular in the context of cricket development? A critical part, Mr. President, of that cricket development is Kensington Oval, the mecca of cricket in the West Indies. The mecca, and it is an untapped treasure, Mr. President. And that, again, is one of the reasons why this national sports policy also focuses on building out the necessary infrastructure that is needed in order to then to be able to support the sports development. In the context of Kensington Oval, Mr. President, I can say to you that the government, if you look at the estimates for this financial year, you would see that the government is once again making significant investment in order to be able to ensure that Kensington Oval can function and operate and be seen as the mecca that it is. But there are also a number of things that are happening at Kensington itself that is intended to ensure that Kensington can then reap that success that is in the name of Kensington Oval. One of the things, Mr. President, that Comey has been focused on and they're actively looking at, and they're now looking for experts to be able to come in and to advise, is actually creating a game in the metaverse, Mr. President, cricket being played in the metaverse. And so when you have young people playing these games, Mr. President, I am not involved, so I whatever you call them, those games that was playing with the hands and was going the things, the gaming things over the heads, what do they call them? Virtual. Oh, virtual, thank you very much. Virtual sports, that we will also have cricket, and not cricket just being played anywhere, but they will be doing the virtual sports at Kensington Oval, again, the mecca. Kensington Oval has also just recently introduced a tour for marble cricket, again, an indigenous sports, Mr. President, and indigenous sports. When we didn't have access to all the fancy bats and everything like that and the balls, it was marble cricket, Mr. President. And Kensington Oval is building out a tour. And it is, Mr. President, as a way, again, to bring resources, but also, again, to expose Barbadians, again, to the heritage that we have in the context of Kensington Oval. The government has invested as well in photovoltaics, Mr. President, at Kensington Oval to make sure, again, one, it can reap some economic benefits by installing the photovoltaics, but also as well by ensuring a move again for Kensington Oval to operate again as a green facility, and that is also critical. I want to say that the government is committed to further investment in the context of building out the cricket infrastructure. I spoke, Mr. President, to the 11 stadia that was announced by the Prime Minister, one in each parish, but also as well you would see that the ministry has already moved again to address the issue of the infrastructure and the need again to, in some instances, either have a facelift or in some instances to build out the infrastructure. You see that, Mr. President, with the focus on making sure that we have lights again on all of the hard courts, Mr. President, repairs and refurbishments that are being done to the facilities across the island, Mr. President, the fact that the ministry has already, even outside of this sports policy. So we're not saying that we are waiting for action in the context of this sports policy, but that there's already ongoing investment. The ministry, Mr. President, has started to roll out community gyms across Barbados. There are 4 operating already, and the plan is to roll out many more. We are actually, Mr. President, training community sports persons to be able then to deliver sports training in communities as well, grounding it there within communities, Mr. President. And those are important initiatives, Mr. President. When we talk again about Beat Sports. And I want, Mr. President, to congratulate, and I don't think I have her last name correct, it's Chelsea Tua, on her recent victory as well. And again, we are seeking, Mr. President, to again build out those new sporting areas that we sometimes don't pay attention to as well in the context of this sports policy. Mr. President, I want to come back to looking at the importance of sports to development, because again, there's been a lot of work on the nexus between sports and development, and the reason sometimes for why sports is underdeveloped, particularly in our part of the world. And again, all of that analysis suggests that there are a myriad of challenges that we face. One, we talked about before, Mr. President, that has to do with infrastructure. Two, the fact that very often the exposure from a young age to sports is limited, i.e., that is, Mr. President, you have limited exposure because we tell the children they got the PE in primary schools, but at some level in secondary schools, once it becomes time for CXCs, etc., we drop the sports, children opt out of the sports, so it becomes limited to a particular cadre. But the evidence suggests that the longer exposure builds greater capacity and also then the opportunity for the development of excellence. So the extent to which we can build a system that allows for long-term and systematic exposure creates greater opportunity for us to find the next Usain Bolt in Barbados, Mr. President, and this is critical. The analysis also suggests that one of the fetters to growing out a sports economy and building sports development as well has to do with the training of coaches and the qualifications of coaches as well. And again, this is something that this sports policy recognizes and is also trying to address. The analysis suggests that those countries that do very well in the context of sports are those countries that have not only invested in infrastructure, that have not only systematically ensured that they are able to have a trajectory that moves children from even the pre-primary level right through to university and college and university, Mr. President, but also as well that invest in making sure that coaches are trained up to the highest level. I looked, Mr. President, at Jamaica and looked to try to understand why is Jamaica doing so well in the context of sports and particularly athletics. And there are a number of reasons, Mr. President. So the first reason that you would find is they say that they found a speed gene in Jamaica. I don't know how true, but the suggestion is that Jamaica was able to benefit from slaves who came from West Africa, and West Africans are known to be, very sturdy, very athletic, and therefore Jamaica has been able to benefit from that. I don't know, Mr. President, very often people try to rationalize when we do well, and maybe this notion of a speed gene is part of that, but that was one of the reasons that came up. But the underlying reason in all of the literature that you would find in the context of Jamaica was one, the coaching, Mr. President, the coaching. The fact that coaches in Jamaica, that there was an investment in training up coaches in Jamaica at the very highest level, and that investment then was streamlined throughout the process. So there was a deliberate strategy that Jamaica has in relation to building out its sports, and particularly its athletics. And again, this is what this sports policy is seeking to do. Again, perhaps the next Cheyenne Fraser, the next Usain Bolt from Barbados. If we follow that same formula of making sure that we have a strategic pathway, that we build the necessary ecosystem in order to be able to facilitate. And again, a part of that is making sure that we build out a process by which our coaches are going to be trained. Mr. President, as I said before, lots of the family, except me, again, that gene did not pass down. But not only in football, Mr. President, I can speak to the fact that I have a nephew who in 2022 was offered, I believe it was 3 scholarships, Mr. President, to play basketball overseas. And because he did not have the necessary ecosystem, just on the cusp of accepting one of those scholarships, he got an injury, Mr. President. And again, a lot of it is because we don't have on the ground the necessary coaches to provide the expert advice, the physiotherapists that would come along. And you would know, Mr. President, in the context of the international arena, when you see sporting personalities, they have around them an entire working mechanism that allows them then to be able to operate at the optimal level. And that is what we need in Barbados, Mr. President. That entire system that allows our sports persons to be able to operate at the optimal level of excellence, Mr. President. The optimal level of excellence. And that is the only way that we are going then to be able to elevate our sports, elevate our sports persons by creating for them that entire system that will revolve around one finding and putting the structures in place in order to make sure they're able to train properly, eat properly in the context of their nutrition, be able to have the resources to travel and to get the necessary exposure. And again, when you look at this national sports policy, that is exactly the intent, Mr. President. This national sports policy has at its core objective the elevation of sports in Barbados to become a critical pillar of our national identity, social development, and prosperity by 2032. By 2032, that's what I talked about, that long-term trajectory for development, that long-term transformative trajectory, Mr. President, that this policy is presenting. And again, those thematic areas, when we look at them, and again, when you match what we are proposing in the context of our national sports policy against what is the international best practice, you would see that our national sports policy contains all of the critical elements that are necessary in order for us to be able to do so as well. Mr. President, I looked as well as sports as an instrument for social change, because as I said, it is important to recognize, and we talk a lot about the economic and building out our sports economy and the multiplier effects of that. But it's important as well, as I started out by saying, that sports can play a critical role in social change, in building communities and building cohesion within communities as well. And there is sufficient evidence in the literature to provide examples of exactly that as well. The literature suggests that sports has an impact on development, not only in the economy, but education, healthcare, inclusion, migration, the environment, and social cohesion. And I want to touch, Mr. President, on that notion of migration as well, because this is important. One of the things that you would see in the context of Barbados and other countries like ours is that very often our sports persons have to travel, have to leave our shores in order to then to be able to operate at the very highest level and to get the necessary exposure. Internationally, Mr. President, it is called muscle drain. So it is juxtaposed as well, Mr. President, to that notion of brain drain. You can also have muscle drain as well, Mr. President. So that if you look at Barbados, and we often say that our greatest resources are people, and that you have on the one end of the spectrum persons who have to leave here suggesting brain drain because they have to leave to be able to exploit opportunities elsewhere. But then as well, if we also have people who are leaving muscle drain because they want to be able to take advantage of opportunities elsewhere in order to exploit their sporting capabilities, then, Mr. President, we are going to end up in a dearth, Mr. President. And this is why there is such focus in the context of this national sports policy in order to make sure that we build an environment, build an enabling environment within Barbados that can support our sportsmen. And of course, we want them to be able to leave here, but we will be able then to allow them to leave with all of the necessary training and support that will ensure their success. We have had too many instances, Mr. President, of sportsmen and sportspersons leaving Barbados and having to come back home because they either find themselves in dire straits, find the environment too challenging, Mr. President. And so the intent is to make sure that we can build out, as I keep saying, that environment in order to be able to build the capacity for them and build that system behind them that allows them to go out there with a level of assurance. And this is why, again, you would see the government has put in the context of support for the national federations, Mr. President, $20,000 for each national federation in order as well to build the necessary capacity. Because we are not suggesting that in building this national sports policy that is something that government is doing. But we understand that we must as well make sure that the national federations are also working optimally. And therefore, again, this national sports policy seeks to, again, to build their capacity as well so that then they can help their athletes as well then to be able to operate. So it is a multi-pronged approach, Mr. President, that this national sports policy is presenting. European statistics, Mr. President, in 2020, a European study showed that sports accounted for some 2.12% of GDP. Almost 3% of employment, Mr. President, came from sports, and those figures were highest in Austria, where sports accounted for 4.12% of the GDP and 5.63% of employed persons. More than that, Mr. President, a social return on investment model that was used showed that footballers in 25 national associations was able to generate some 39.5 billion euros, and I'm quoting, Mr. President, in positive economic and social health impacts, including job creation, their educational aspirations, reduced crime rates, and the improvements to overall well-being. That research, that model showed that football's economic value helped reduce type 2 diabetes and heart disease. It even lowered the risk of individuals returning to crime as well. And Scottish football leagues also showed social and economic impacts on local communities, saving thousands by boosting mental health and millions via promoting well-being as well. So that all of these studies confirm the myriad positive effects of sports in local societies, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to spend some time again looking at what is in the national sports policy in the context of building out a digital sports sector, as well as the development of a high-performance system, including specialists and a specialist sports center. For a long time, we have been calling for this. And more so, I've heard that call in the context of cricket in particular. And, you know, one of the reasons why our cricketers are not performing as optimally as they need to be, but again, is applied again across all sports, that we need to be on the cutting edge of technology. And again, I want to applaud the ministry. We would have heard in the other place the minister speak to the fact that already there are cameras that are being used to record games so that they can have playbacks, that they can be able to watch and analyze their mistakes and what is being done, Mr. President. And so that we are also applying a forward-looking approach to sports, not only focusing on infrastructure, not only focusing on building out sports for community development, but recognizing that if we are to be able to reach that vision that I spoke to by 2032, that we have to be on the cutting edge. And therefore, the building up of a digital sports center allows for us to be able to focus on where that technology is and how it can be used in order then to be able to leverage the growth and development of the sports economy and sports development in particular. The plan is that we would work with the University of the West Indies in terms of development of a high-performance system, again, which is also going to be extremely critical. And again, Mr. President, I spoke to the identification of key stars and key up-and-coming winners and athletes in Barbados. And a high-performance system can then, Mr. President, allow us to be able to ensure that we take those persons from wherever they are across multiple sporting arenas in order then to be able to focus and give them that level of dedicated support that will then propel them, Mr. President. I am convinced that we already have within our bosom, within the leagues and associations here, athletes that can perform at the very highest level. We see in the context of our sports, we see the increased excellence that we have when they go out and when they participate at the international level. What we don't have, Mr. President, is one, consistency of performance, which is critical, consistency of performance. Sometimes they perform at the optimal level once and reach the highest heights, but then what happens next, Mr. President? And two, the ongoing support that then will allow them to continue to be able to operate. And that, Mr. President, is critical. Building that level of consistency in our athletes, not just to perform only at one occasion, but continuously to be able to perform up to the Olympic level on more than one occasion. And the building out of this high-performance center, again, that includes specialists, Mr. President, allows us to be able to open the opportunity for that to happen. As well, the sports policy speaks to including incentives and concessions as well, because we know that sporting equipment is extremely expensive in some cases, and allows us then again to give equal treatment to sports in terms of being able to have concessions for the bringing in of sporting equipment as well, which is extremely important. Mr. President, as I close, I want again to emphasize that the government is making a significant investment in the context of sports. And again, that investment is already happening. Yeah? The ministry currently, as I've showed, is undertaking a number of initiatives. And those initiatives are going to then be built on in the context of this national sports policy, so that we have a framework that is working. So nobody here is suggesting that anything is completely broken. We recognize that there are deficits. We have put things in place to address those deficits, but recognize as well we need to have an appropriate policy framework. And even within the context of the national sports policy, you would see the intent as well to also bring legislation to also then even further bolster the treatment of sports in our society, in our communities, and in our economy as well. Mr. President, I thank you and I commend this resolution.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight. Senator Nurse.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Just a minute, Senator Nurse. It's a procedural.
Yeah. Mr. President, I do not beg that this resolution be passed.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Monroe. Senator Nurse.
Thank you, Mr. President. I first want to applaud the Ministry of Sports and the related government bodies that have come together to put this green paper, this policy paper together. I think it is timely. I think it is certainly pretty comprehensive document in terms of what the policy framework is going to be as we go forward. And I think it is timely because, you know, I think our sports in Barbados is really at this time in the doldrums. I mean, we can recall the days, and I'm sure you can, Mr. President, of the football teams, which were, you know, of such a high-performing level that we could, we used to have the teams from the British Football Association. We used to have teams like Liverpool and Leeds and some of the other teams coming here and our Barbadian footballers participating and competing in a way that we don't see now. We see our Barbadian footballers currently struggling to win a match against the Virgin Islands or the, you know, Bermuda and not advancing past the first round in the CONCACAF or whatever. We see the same thing in netball. I remember when we used to be the halcyon days of our netball team in the region, and you know how we competed against Jamaica and Trinidad and so on. That were the top teams and still are. But it seems as though all of these various sports in which we at one time were growing and developing seem to have stalled. I don't know if it's because of administrative issues. I really don't know what it is, but this is definitely a time for us to be refocusing on our sports and our sports development. And so I'm glad to see that government has brought out this policy. I hope that, of course, it doesn't take too long to see this framework put into the legislative process, go through the legislative process, which may be necessary for some of its implementation. But of course, Mr. President, we do need to recognize that one of the things which is going to be very important as we develop our policy initiatives is to be able to have the level of facilities which will allow us to develop beyond just playing the little sport here among the teams in Barbados, but gives us the opportunity to have facilities that we can prepare our athletes to be competitive against our world and our regional neighbors. And so we need to be able to see, I know we heard, we recall hearing the Prime Minister mention about the various mini-stadia which are to be constructed, one in each parish. But beyond the mini-stadia, which will of course cater towards the communities in those parishes, we have been talking probably for more than 10 years now, Mr. President, about a national stadium. And I don't want someone to get up and say, you know, we are talking to the Chinese or we're talking to this body. It is really time, Mr. President, that we see some action so that we can have those facilities in place. We've been unable, for example, to host the Carista Games because we don't have facilities. For the longest time, we have had problems in football. It's only now that some progress is being made in terms of a facility, but there was a long time where when our footballers had matches, they couldn't even play them in Barbados because the facilities were condemned. And so Barbados had to play their matches, the home and away matches, all of them overseas, away. So I think it is important that as part of this policy, we make sure that we move post haste to have those physical facilities and not just any facility that would suit, as I said before, at the community level, but facilities that will reach the level of international stadium. And I really do hope that we see some action in this regard very soon. Mr. President, another area I just wanted to touch on in terms of the policy is while we talk of sport, we have been hearing a lot very recently about the issue of obesity, particularly childhood obesity, and the fact that I believe within recent times, the Ministry of Education has come out with some sort of policy, a nutrition policy for school students. And while that is important, the other aspect that I want to touch on relating to this whole question of obesity is to be seen that as part of this national policy under sport, that there be some policy which requires physical education to be an integral part of the curricula of all schools, primary schools, secondary schools, etc. Because I think that while every student will not become a world-rated player of cricket or football or so, the fact that they participate in a physical development program will help to improve the overall health and well-being of the students and help, along with the nutritional policy, to tackle those issues of obesity that we are noticing in our schools. And so I think it is important that whoever is to drive that policy, I don't know if it will come under the Ministry of Sport, if it will come under the Ministry of Education, but I would really like to see that being an integral part of the overall policy development in sport. Mr. President, Senator Monroe Knight mentioned, of course, the fact that sport is now a $700 billion, I think the figure was, industry. And one of the questions that we should be asking is how can we organize and develop our policy in such a way that our sports people, that our economy can gain from and have a fair share of that $700 billion economy. And I think when you think about it, if you look, for example, at the English football, at European Football League, for example, a lot of those footballers, when you notice, they're really imported from African countries now. You see some teams, for example, some of the European teams, if you look at the French football teams, for example, you know, you're not sure exactly, you know. So the point is that there are opportunities if we can get our sports right, and if we can get our sports people in these various disciplines right, to be able to move into Europe and into the US, for example, where they play basketball. And I also tell you that cricket and football are developing at a pace as well in the US. So there are good opportunities for us to be able to give our sports people that chance. And it can't be an ad hoc way. And that is why this policy initiative is so important. Too often, Mr. President, we see or we hear of, for example, a sports person who may be invited to represent Barbados overseas in a particular sport. And at the end of the day, we see it from time to time where that sports person has to withdraw because they're not being supported by their employer. For example, they can't get the time off to do whatever, and so on. And so we need to be able to make sure that in our policy, issues such as these are addressed. Because if we want our sports people to eventually benefit, as I said, from this economy and to become professionals, we need to be able to make sure that they have the facilities, we need to make sure that they have the necessary monetary support so that they can realize their dreams. And Mr. President, we must also ensure that we don't have situations, I mean, for example, about 2 weeks ago, I believe, in the press, we saw the situation where our former national drafts champion, none other than Suki King, for example, and the second, Jack Francis, I believe his name was, the two of them who have reached the international level and have successfully competed in the past, were not able to go to an international competition simply because they couldn't get the level of support financially or otherwise. And these are all issues which we need to be able to address, whether it be, as I said, whether it be drafts, whether it be netball, whether it be cricket. We need to make sure that our policy responds to those issues which would prevent or which could cause, our aspiring athletes from reaching their true potential. And I recall, for example, we had at one stage the Barbados Defense Force Sports Program, which I think allowed certain persons to be able to develop and to be able to avoid those issues of which I spoke previously, of not being able to have the time or the finances to be able to pursue those issues. And perhaps, I don't know if that program is still going, but perhaps as part of our overall policy, we may look at something like that. Again, back under the same Barbados Defense Force, to see how we can incorporate that into the overall sports program for the reasons which I mentioned before. And so I'm not going to belabor because I think Senator Monroe Knight did quite a good presentation. And I think that this policy document has the ingredients for making and developing our sports, various sports in Barbados, and strengthening not only sports, but all the other aspects related to our physical well-being, which can be achieved if we develop this, if we develop this policy as I see it going ahead. And with those few words, Mr. President, I'm obliged to.
Thank you very much, Senator Nurse. Senator Ann-Billy Boyce.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. President. Sir, we've heard the story this morning about the extent to which sport is an integral part of the Barbadian story, and dare I say, the West Indian story. And that exploits on the fields and on the track, in the pool, and at the chessboard and the drafts board, and on the horse racing track, bring citizens a sense of joy and imbue us with that palpable Barbadian pride. It is sport, Mr. President, that unites nervous athletes and anxious parents with schools and neighborhoods, and indeed an entire nation watching with bated breath. In a speech delivered in 2016, the former Prime Minister of Barbados, in a speech delivered on the strategic role of cricket, the former Prime Minister of Barbados, Owen Arthur, reminded us of something that I think many of us know, but perhaps not enough. And that is that while the father of Barbados' independence and the rest of the Barbadian delegation were negotiating the terms of Barbados' independence from Britain, a West Indies cricket team led by the now right excellent Sir Gary Sobers, and including 7 other Barbadians, were completely dominating England at cricket. Sports has been but one of the ways in which Barbados has indicated to the world that we are small, but we are mighty. And a way in which we have indicated that the country's capacity to be a master of its own affairs. Indeed, Mr. President, Mr. Hilary Beckles notes that the success of West Indies cricket at the age of nationalism was in fact the triumph of village culture and the celebration of processes that informed the making of the village. Sir Garfield Sobers was an urban villager of the 1950s. He says he learned cricket in the village, and it was in the village that he learned to be excellent. That, Mr. President, is the legacy that we have inherited. It is the legacy that we must now enrich. And part of continuing that legacy is setting the framework for sports. And that is exactly what this policy does. I wish to suggest at the outset that our role is to deepen the practice, the industry, and the professionalism of the sport in Barbados, while also broadening sports as a vehicle for the holistic self, the relational self, for active children and active communities, for an engaged elderly population, and for the health and wealth of the entire country. Mr. President, I want to start by commending the Ministry of Sport and the related agencies for crafting a comprehensive national policy, Mr. President. I believe that even as it invites us to imagine and to reimagine the possibilities of sports and recreation and to deconstruct and reconstruct the role of sports as a pillar of Barbadian development in these 166 square miles, I wish to suggest a few ways that our viewing of sports and the development paradigm, which the policy asks us to take seriously. One, sports as a professional endeavor. Two, sports as a tool of national community and development, which both of the previous speakers spoke extensively to. Mr. President, I will begin with the crafting and fostering of an active Barbados. An essential component of this national strategy is to get Barbadians to be more active. While we think of sport and the national sports policy as principally concerned with professional and semi-professional players and activities, the focus on community activity in this policy is both relevant and timely and well placed. Particularly so as we combat the scourge of NCDs, I am gratified that the policy articulates initiatives aimed at getting Barbados moving. The benefits of a more active population, we certainly have heard them, and they are numerous, from the reduction and the better management of chronic diseases to a reduction in stress, anxiety, and other mental health challenges. And it is timely, Mr. President, as Barbados has recently set out its plan to combat NCDs in the Barbados Declaration. And one of the action items of that declaration is the full integration of essential NCDs and mental health services into primary health care and universal coverage, seeking greater integration of the prevention and management of NCDs and mental health conditions, Mr. President. And so there we see that with this policy and that declaration, we see that there exists a possibility for the necessary confluence of policy, Mr. President. Because could we not imagine a world, a Barbados, where mental health awareness, training, and intervention is layered into sport, particularly at the community level, thus providing an almost three-pronged approach to include health, sport, and community empowerment. We know of the benefits of sports and the fact that it leads to an increase in pro-social behavior. And Mr. President, the policy before us does a comprehensive job of outlining the creation of opportunities for individuals to participate in sporting events and tournaments and outreach programs, Mr. President, so that we foster the kind of community activity that decreases or diminishes antisocial behavior, Mr. President. This, of course, at a time when the country grapples with how to best respond to what seems to be the growing element of antisocial behavior. Mr. President, the policy will also become critical to the dreams of young people. Dreams of young people who wish to carry on the tradition that I referenced earlier. That great the tradition of being a great Barbadian sports person. Young people who want to eat and earn and excel through the use of their talents and will through the existence of this policy, not do so despite the support of government, but will do so, Mr. President, with the enabling environment created by this national sports policy. Crafting a modern sports policy, Mr. President, is indicative of the intention of this administration to take the business of sport seriously. And so I am excited about the possibility that the policy, when executed, will lead to the fulfillment of dreams for many a young Barbadian boy and girl, because it is only then that the story of Barbadian sporting excellence is not an anomaly, but the consistent Barbadian way. Of course, part of that work will be to highlight sport as a viable career option that expands the horizons of Barbadians in providing honest and exhilarating possibilities for navigating a world in which sport is a globally connected and ever-expanding industry. Senator Monroe Knight, in her own presentation, spoke about the possibilities from digital sports. It is, in fact, a billion-dollar industry, and a growing number of people utilize technology and to provide some type of sport around the world in the field of digital sports, Mr. President. And that the policy is looking forward and looking at global trends and saying that Barbados has a place and a stake in the participation, not only in the fields of endeavor that we have traditionally excelled in, are the ones that we know well, but that there is space for Barbados to give evidence or to show evidence of its excellence in new endeavors is indeed a thing to be applauded, Mr. President. Throughout the policy is the theme of inclusion and equity and equality. It is one of the through lines of the entire policy, Mr. President. And so the inclusion of persons with disabilities and persons with special needs in sports becomes critical because, like everybody else, creating opportunities for persons with disabilities to excel in their fields of endeavor are critical, or is critical. But the question becomes, what enabling environment specifically targeted at persons with disabilities must we now create to ensure that their dreams are possible, Mr. President? And the policy spends some time speaking about the universal design of facilities. It speaks about the training of coaches and support staff in issues relating to disability, in the treatment and training of persons with disabilities, I should say. And so there is a clear commitment of this government, Mr. President, in the sports sector, but as a part of a larger agenda of the administration to ensure that fields of endeavor no longer are only for the able-bodied, Mr. President, and I'm particularly gratified by that inclusion. Similarly, the policy recognizes the need to increase the participation of women in sports. Senator Monroe Knight spoke to the need to ensure that women in their particular fields of endeavor have access to the kind of support and sponsorship and facilities that traditionally sports dominated by men have. But I will go further, Mr. President, because part of that work is also to ensure that sports are safe spaces where women are not prone to endure the sexism and sexual harassment which are all too common in spaces dominated by men. The inclusion of women both at the level of a player and an administrator, a professional and a hobbyist are important, and the policy speaks about having national federations commit themselves to particular standards of inclusion that would see the increased participation of women in sports at all levels. An appreciation, Mr. President, that the government cannot do this alone and needs the active participation and partnership of national federations to ensure that we make good not only on this promise, but on the promise, all of the promises and policies in this national sports policy. Mr. President, the thorough nature of the policy and its forward-looking orientation highlights not only activities on the fields of play, but in the realm of the business of sports. And so it highlights that Barbados has the opportunity and plans to harness the opportunity to be a hub for sports and sporting tourism, Mr. President. And through this, there's a clear impetus for the policy to develop the linkages between a national sports policy and our tourism product. Again, using what we have to leverage and to link broader opportunities, new opportunities in the area of sports. Certainly to the benefit, the economic benefit of Barbados. And so the policy speaks to the extent to which Barbados is well placed, given our unique position in the tourism ecosystem, to use our conference facilities for the hosting of events aimed at leagues and federations who want to come to Barbados and to hold conferences. Mr. President, we all recall the model of accommodation for Cricket World Cup 2007 that privileged the home accommodation. And perhaps it is time to think about that model again, where we match the hosting of sporting events, that unique Barbadian hospitality, and the ability to mix and match the two to the benefit of the country, Mr. President. Also, in new opportunities, Mr. President, there is an opportunity through broadcasting and the broadcasting of sporting events, Mr. President. We all know that television rights and as we break down that those traditional divisions between television and other forms of and new media, broadcasting rights more generally are important components of national sports policies. I mean, I was grateful to see the ministry again in the policy recognizing that there are opportunities not only, again, on the fields of play, but in the promulgation in the broadcasting of sporting events from Barbados for the country to benefit, Mr. President. Dr. Monroe Knight spoke extensively about the work being done in relation to road tennis and how it is our hope to see this indigenous Barbadian sport rise to the Olympic level. Mr. President, and attendant to that, to the promulgation of the sport across the world, the attendant intellectual property regime that must exist. Because while we share our sport with the world, we are also protecting that uniquely Barbadian cultural and sporting pastime. Each of the preceding speakers have spoken to this issue of facilities and how they must respond to the realities of communities, how for a long time we have languished without a national stadium. I think we're all gratified to have seen recently the plans for the new national stadium. In addition to those mini stadia that will be constructed across the country to again give communities access to sports and to democratize, Mr. President, participation in the fields of endeavor. So that the policy makes the moonshot, it responds to the bread and butter issues, it sets clear targets about participation and activity, Mr. President, as policy should do. And at the broadest level, it aims to inspire a generation of Barbadians, or generations of Barbadians, I should say, to participate in the unique Barbadian tradition of aspiring towards sporting excellence, because that is the Barbadian way. Sir, with those few words, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Andrew Boyce. Senator Mr. Millard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought that I might not have made it in time, but Senator Monroe Knight's extensive and exhaustive presentation allowed me to drive, and excellent, and to drive from St. John to the Parliament at normal speeds. and it was the same, Mr. President.
Oh, I know.
Mr. President, this National Sports Policy Resolution has come to pass because I believe of the work of ministers past and present, and, Mr. President, all the other people who participated. But when I took the time to read it a few months ago, there was one glaring omission. I saw no provision for medical backup. And if you're going to encourage a country to become more active, one thing happens all the time: there are injuries. Lots and lots of injuries. Whether you're a beginner, teenager, an elderly person, injuries happen. And I didn't see any provision for any special attention for injuries, Mr. President. So we may end up with a lot of people on the sidelines who can't function. I know of one case, Mr. President, a young lady who was a very good athlete and had a knee injury and could not afford the cost of the necessary surgery in the private sector. And unfortunately, the doctors my colleagues, who also work in the private sector, in the public sector, did not offer the same procedure in the public sector. Enough said. So if the government is going to encourage persons to become active, and we are going to have excellence, we have to make provisions for treating the persons who become injured, or at least having doctors specially trained who will advise them on how not to get injured, because prevention is far better than cure. And Mr. President, people in other countries sustain major injuries and return to their sports as professionals. And I believe that if we are still in the planning stages, because we haven't rolled out all that we're talking about, there is still time to seriously talk about it. Now, the government offers scholarships to persons in areas that are needed, and there's something called a National Development Scholarship. And Senator Thompson would well be aware, sorry to bring you, Senator Thompson, that it is sometimes offered in medicine. And maybe the time has come, and when these scholarships are being offered, to have several scholarships for sports medicine. Of course, they're always given with the proviso you have to return to Barbados. And it has to be enforced. Those of us who benefited from scholarships and exhibition understood that if you took, you had to give. And nowadays, if you don't give, you have to pay, and it has to be enforced because it costs the government and the people money. But doctors alone will not solve the problem, Mr. President. There has to be a comprehensive plan that includes physiotherapists and other specialists. So while I'd like to see all Barbadians being active and all of our areas of sports being developed, I think we need to spend a little bit of time in looking at the medical backup, Mr. President. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Mr. Mayor.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this sitting of the Senate be suspended until 2:20 in the afternoon, where we will reconvene this discussion, this debate.
The question is that the sitting be suspended until 2:20 p.m. today. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until 2:20 p.m. today.
It speaks about the actual business of sport. I'm heartened because I know from just looking at it, from small things that we've done in the past, that if the financing is put there, made available, we have the capacity on this island to build out and a really lucrative economy, so to speak. And it will not be the same as, let's say, what you're saying in Europe, where you have millions of people and this sort of things. But just think of some really small things. One of the things that I would have put forward some years ago was the whole idea of using Barbados as a hub for training and practice for teams in various sports. We are connected to cricket in a huge way. In places like the UK and others, where winters usually will not allow you to have the practicing thing for those seasons, Barbados will be a fantastic place for persons to actually travel to use this good weather that we have, to also engage with the skilled cricketers that we do have. And I listen very carefully to people angry about persons not winning things. And I dare say to people, winning is fine. But when we talk about the business of sport, winning is the last part of it. You're talking about a huge industry where there are many people, Mr. President, who have played professional sports and have won nothing in their lives. Nothing at all. But have made a good living. And if we take a leaf out of the books of the African football players in particular, you see where the wealth that they've been able to accumulate by playing in Europe, in top leagues and other leagues around the world, is easily transferred back into their humble beginnings, into the villages where they came from. You can see them on YouTube. You can see them anywhere, building hospitals, building roads, providing water in places where things, all of this due to the fact that they were able to make a decent living from sports. And there are also many tiers of sport. And oftentimes when we talk about it, all people see are the people who are at the very top. So we talk a lot about, in football, Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi, and if you go to basketball, it's LeBron James, and it's this and it's what. But there's a whole set of other people who may not be at the top of the food chain, but who are able to shift their social standing, so to speak, by being involved in some form or fashion. The other thing which is crucial, I think Senator Maynard made the point earlier, what I would call the auxiliary things that happen in sports. The psychologists, the sports medicine people, all of these are the broadcasters. I mean, when you talk about cricket in particular, even today, you can go on YouTube and you hear the voice of Tony Cozier. There's nothing like it. You don't even have to see the man, but to listen to him commentating or describing what is happening on the cricket field is beyond your wildest imagination. And this was a person developed right here in Barbados, and who made his way around the world as an international and is recognized as one of the best ever. These are other areas within sport that we need to look at. Not just the people who are on the field, but what are the other things that the sport itself can create for us. And I believe that this government has created in this time a huge opportunity, which I am not even certain if we fully understand how important this can be for us and where it can take us. You know, I've had the opportunity as the minister responsible for sport to move around Barbados and be exposed for the first time to a lot of the other sports that people don't talk a lot about, but are doing tremendous things in terms of bringing teams to Barbados. You know, I was shocked. I had the opportunity to go into St. Lucie, to go to, I guess, a pool, almost like for training, and to understand that people were leaving different parts of the world and coming here silently, so to speak, and using this pool for practice. You know, I had the opportunity to talk to a gentleman, and we went to look at some land, and he was interested in bringing field athletes to Barbados to train. You know, he was in awe of what we would call a little pastor. But in his mind, he could see where we could put in all of the things necessary along with the baths and the other things that are needed. And he has the connections to bring those athletes to Barbados, again, to train. And I'm saying that with this policy, it is up to the persons within the sporting arena now to give life to the policy. The government can only create the framework, but people have to grasp it and begin to take action and make use of the opportunities that this policy has created for them. And I want to throw the challenge to a lot of people. Mr. President, I've said it on more than one occasion in this honorable chamber that I spent a lot of years at the government industrial school. And I saw, well, not as a student, let's just make that clear, not as a student, but as a supervisor and at some stage a welfare officer. But I saw how sport, and a lot of people, this is almost like a secret A lot of our young boxers that represented Barbados back in the 80s, early 80s, came out of the program at the Government Industrial School. Fantastic ambassadors for us in boxing. I've had the privilege, when I was minister, to support beach wrestling, something that a lot of people don't know anything about. And I am proud to see where now we have athletes in beach wrestling who are traveling and doing well all over the world. Something that was totally unheard of for many, many years. And again, going back to what I know from my own experience in sport, I have friends, Mr. President, that I've made from playing football in different leagues, who are my friends from the time I was about 15, 16 until today. And these are the other aspects of sport that we need to also talk more about. You know, at Government Industrial School, for instance, we had the opportunity to, when we taking boys out to be involved in school sports and different things like that, encourage what people will call absentee fathers at that time to come and be there with their children. And if you see the pride on their, on the parents' faces, when they see the sons playing games and participating in different things and becoming a real integral part of the society, so to speak, you bring in families closer together. Persons who probably, for many years, probably didn't look at them. But the mere fact that they were involved in something positive, so to speak, they felt a certain sense of pride that that is my son or that is my daughter that is doing X, Y, Z. And that resonates not only in the households, but in the communities where people come from. And when you think about what we have done with very little, and we always talk about our national hero, Sir Garfield Sobers, as being a shining example of what sport can do for you. Oftentimes we forget that we've also had bodybuilders of world class that Barbados has produced for many, many years with little or no assistance, really, but just determination. And I suppose it may be one of the things that we need to research, the kind of genes that we have. I heard earlier about the genes. I have to think about it because we have produced also hurdlers. And for all of my life being in Barbados, I do not remember ever, even in school competing, the hurdles was a big thing. But we produced a world champion, a Commonwealth champion, and a Pan American Game champion in hurdles. So it tells me that there is something there that we've not tapped into as yet, but we have the opportunity to do so under the policy, you know, to expand what we do. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that if we begin to allow our people to use their creativity, especially ones in the community sports. You know, I grew up in a time where, you know, you play in a football match or a cricket match or whatever it is on the past day, grandmothers coming out, aunties coming out, everybody coming out to support. And then you have what we call a food match. If somebody cook a whole set of food in cricket or whatever else, and those were the things that helped to keep the communities together. And I believe I know the policy speaks to social cohesiveness. And this is part and parcel of why it is important that we give life to this policy. But as I said at the onset, the policy is one thing, but it really means that those persons involved in sport, from community level to the actual organizations that represent the various sports, is all hands on deck in terms of giving life to this policy so that we can see the benefits of it. I mean, I am so excited about it. I could probably go on and talk and talk and talk and talk forever because I know what it feels like. I had my dreams. I was born in England, so I always have my dreams of wanting to be a professional football player at some point in time too. But living in Barbados and living in the country, one had to know which is going to be more plausible or feasible for you. So I had to stop playing football and sing. You know what? Best decision I ever made in my life. You know? So we are moving in a place where people may not lose those dreams, where they can dream the dream and actually know that there is a pathway set for them to at least pursue it. Not that it is just, old people will say, a pipe dream, but that there's some ways that we can move. But the financing of it is going to be important. And I also know that the country itself, just from the two things that I mentioned earlier, watching how from sailing to rugby to cricket to football. I know everybody knows when we see Kensington Pac-Man every day, there's England and whatever, but there's so many other things that happen on island that people come in for. And one of the things I've always preached, and I guess I will preach it until I can't preach it anymore. When you have beautiful sunshine and weather like this, have a beautiful ocean that all around you, you must find ways to monetize these things. And sporting activities are going to be part and parcel of that diversification of the economy that people keep talking about if we do it correctly. We have the capacity to do it. And I cited earlier some of the things that we've done well, that we've seen some results, but it's time now, as we always say, to ramp it up and to do a lot more. But without the financing and the change of attitude, it would be difficult. We also need, when we talk about the change of attitude, we also have to speak to our spectators. People have to place a value on sport so that we might not be able to house, let's say like you watch a soccer match in South America or in Europe, you see hundreds of thousands of people at it. It's too small. We can't do that. But we could get 1,000, 2,000 or whatever into a space to support whatever it is, if we really change our attitude as to how we see the sports. I am a firm believer that if we can get 3 to 5 sports to be semi-professional, that we'd be on a good trajectory. And I'll tell you why. Oftentimes, as the world changes, scouts who I've come into contact with over the years, they don't want, very seldom they want what we call raw material. They're looking for athletes who are at a certain level that they can finish them, so to speak, to get them into professional status. And I believe that with semi-professional sports, those are like the first steps. You're getting people's attitudes right. You're getting them to understand the importance of good nutrition, taking care of themselves. You're teaching people how to speak if someone puts a microphone in front of you, because all of those things are important for interviews and for selling the games and the different things like that. So we have to be able to look at it holistically in terms of if we want to promote and get our people off island to be involved in various sports across the world. It is a reality that we face. You know, we're small, we don't have a huge population, so in terms of us putting on events and stuff like that, a couple of hundreds, maybe 2,000 at the most, I suppose you could get at things on a regular basis, but you have to start somewhere. And I believe that this is a fantastic move, and again, I would like to commend the various ministers themselves who worked on it and all those other persons. And I believe that as time goes on, we might not see the benefits of this quickly, because as a lot of these things are going to have to unfold as we go along. But I'm sure that at this point in time, those who will benefit from it in the future will look back at this day as being a turning point for sport in Barbados. And with those few words, I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator King. Senator Dr. Brathwaite.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon to my fellow senators. Let me begin by congratulating Senator Monroe Knight for what I consider a passionate and emotional delivery of the policy, the national policy on sports for Barbados. I also wish to congratulate the government, the Ministry of Sports, and all those who were involved in the development of this policy. It is not every day that you see a policy that is so comprehensive and also speaks to the development of strategies and initiatives for the next 10 years. We know that a lot of policies tend to have a short political life, 5 years. But to see a policy that goes to 10 years and beyond is, in my view, a very positive development and a very positive proposal. Mr. President, a national policy on sports for a country of 166 square miles that has produced the greatest cricketer the world has ever seen, in the name of the Right Honorable Sir Garfield Sobers. And a country that today holds the world record for the 400 meters in the person of Sadie Williams, and that has produced outstanding personalities and athletes in other fields, as have been mentioned by Senator John King, can only have a policy of excellence to preserve and to promote excellence in this country. It is not every day that a country of 166 square miles, I will go further, Mr. President, there is no country of 166 square miles that has produced the kind of athletic and sports talent that we have in Barbados. In fact, Mr. President, I am not sure that we have sufficiently celebrated the icons of sports in our country. I am not sure that these icons are part of the history lessons in our schools. When we teach history and the history of Barbados, do we talk about the Right Honorable Sir Garfield Sobers? When you pick up the books on British history, you hear about their exploits and the persons who have led them to where they are today. Do we do the same for our icons? Do we lift them up as exemplars of people who have achieved greatness and say to the youth, these are the persons you must emulate? I think not. I think there's need to do more to show to the young people that they too can achieve greatness based on the achievements of the sporting icons of our country. In that regard, the role of sports in development is not an area for question. The fundamental question, in my view, is, are we doing enough? And how much more can we do to make sure that sports get the attention that it deserves in national development, especially for our youth. I believe that sports and recreation must be an important component of our management of chronic non-communicable diseases. It is no secret that these diseases are a threat to our development. In a country where obesity exists at a level of 30% of our population, and evidence suggests that these obese children, 30% of our youth, and these obese children will become obese adults with all the consequences of obesity, which I shall not go into in detail. Are we producing a healthy population for the rest of this century and for the 22nd century? Are we producing the persons that are going to lead this country to the future if they're not healthy? Mr. President, I believe that we must promote sports and healthy eating habits as two critical factors to produce the next generation of Barbadians. The bill before us, therefore, the proposal, the policy, is important for national development, not only as an instrument of economic development, but also an instrument to manage our health better. I'm aware that efforts are being made to treat with the challenges of crime. Increasing levels of criminal activity in our society is an area to which the government is giving priority attention. In doing so, the promotion of sports at a community level will help to strengthen our communities and provide opportunities for at-risk youth to be gainfully engaged in activities that contribute to healthy living in healthy communities. Finally, Mr. President, I believe the time has come for us to develop a national sports fund. Sports and the promotion of sports is expensive. We need to have a fund that will support the development of sport in our country. And I'm not talking about a fund primarily provided for by the government and the taxpayers. We need to tap the private sector. We need to call on those who make substantial profits by operating in this country to support sports and to give the youth an opportunity to participate in sporting activities in our country. And there needs to be a mechanism to make sure that that happens, because at the end of the day, the government can't do it all. The government cannot support everything, but there are entities in this country that make super profits. Are they contributing to sports? And if they are, how much? Mr. President, the time has come for us to back this policy with an instrument of financing that would ensure that we achieve success in developing sporting activities for this country in the next 10 years and beyond. I'm obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Brophy. Senator Nichols.
Mr. President, I believe that I should start my contribution to the debate on this resolution by acknowledging the effort by the Minister of Sport and his predecessors in that office. Nonetheless, Senator King, who was for some time Minister of Sport in this country when the Barbados Labour Party took office in 2018, and a serious discussion on a national sports policy started to take shape. After him, I remember, sir, as a board director of the Barbados Cricket Association, meeting with then Minister King when he was a member of the other players. We've also had meetings with Minister Sutherland, and certainly the current minister, Minister Griffith, has only last week met with the BCA to chart out a path for sports. So I've been involved in cricket administration off and on since 2007. And I can tell you, we have not had that level of engagement in direct contribution to the policy and how government can assist sporting organizations. But sir, this is not something that is new. Sir, you were Minister of Sport, I believe, at some stage in Barbados. And a former government led by the then Oinafa understood cricket and its importance to Barbados. You see, the failings of the West Indies team gives rise to deep emotional resentment, a kind of catharsis in the Caribbean society. Invokes the worst sentiment from us because cricket is dear to us. On the other hand, when we win, like last year when we beat England in the Test series here in the Caribbean, it provokes a different sentiment from people. And certainly, people will ask, why is it that the government is putting a national policy in sport and cricket is one of the pillars of this national policy when, in fact, we're not doing well at cricket? So I say to those very important questions being asked that it is perhaps because we are putting something in the sports at this stage, particularly in cricket, that we are getting a little return. But perhaps the time has now come for us to invest whole scale into the development of sports. And through my contribution, sir, I hope that I can do justice to that concept, because we have a large disconnect in our society when it comes to sport. And the sporting organizations are suffering as a result of this disconnection. And Senator Bradford, you closed by speaking about how we can incentivize the private sector. But certainly the private sector has not treated sport in a way that would help us to produce world-class athletes in the sporting disciplines. And this sentiment is also bothersome to me, sir, especially after an Olympic Games. You see journalists popularly asking the question, are you disappointed that Barbados didn't win Olympic medals? As if to say that because we have put so much effort and emphasis into the development of the Olympic athletes and put money behind it, that not coming back with an Olympic medal means that we have somewhat as a society failed. Not understanding what it is to be an Olympic medalist, what is required. And to be world-class requires a level of dedication, or almost a level of madness in terms of dedication to that craft, where you place yourself outside your normal daily routines with your family and your friends and your school in order to be able to stand on that Olympic podium. And the stories of Olympians throughout the world tell you this story, that it is a tremendous sacrifice in order for them to get there. We haven't gotten there yet. And I would hope that with this policy, there is a shift in our mentality, because this policy is being designed to shock us into a momentum that will facilitate sport and create an enabling environment to create world-class athletes and to see sports, men and women, as equal participants in the future of Barbados. Too often, sir, people who play sports, people who are involved in sports, have to get turned around in this country in order to go about their national duties. We know in the Employment Rights Act, you can't stop a sports person from national duty. But only recently we had to intervene to ensure that a government agency allowed a Barbados national team manager time off from work to fulfill that duty, because it is not spelled out in law that player support personnel also should have the opportunity to be off from work as part of their national duty. So that there is a residual attitude that this thing called sport is something that you're all doing out there for fun, and it is not as important as your day-to-day work routine. And this policy attempts to change that dynamic. A whole-scale recalibration of how we deal with sport is what this national sports policy contemplates. And so I wholeheartedly support it. And I thank the Honorable Senator Dr. Maron Knight for the fervent way she introduced the resolution to the chamber today. And one would have thought that she herself was a sportswoman in a way in which she represented sporting disciplines and the need for this revolutionary change in the way in which we deal with sport. Sir, I think you know, and members of my parliamentary team know that what my sentiments on this, and I really want to give the minister and his team, because when it came to parliamentary group, I made some comments on it. It went back. I met with the minister and his team, and I raised a number of comments, because you see, important in these green papers is to make sure that there is a certainty of incidents, that the persons that are targeted by this policy can see the benefits directly from the policy that hits the target. Quite often we have policies that do not guarantee that certainty of incidents. I told the minister, sir, that I could not fault him on this policy on its clarity of purpose, because we all could agree its purpose, but the question was the certainty of incidents where I had challenges. Because I remember on the day when we discussed this in parliamentary group, the headmaster of my son's school took the opportunity to call me one side and reprimand me because the Sports Council had canceled the Herman Griffith cricket competition last year. And the boys had not played cricket at school, primary school, competitively for 2 years because of COVID. And it was not good enough. And I said to Minister Griffith, we can't take this policy to the country at the same time we are telling them that we are not ready because of COVID. We're still having challenges. But the truth is that the Sports Council was having its own difficulties, coaches getting out to schools and so forth, and timetabling and issues with schools, and, you know, sports was not the predominant concern when people got back into school last September. And that is a fact. I also raised the issue with teachers who want to pursue coaching qualifications, getting difficulty with getting time off. We do not have enough qualified coaches across the spectrum of sports to take young Barbadian women and men to the next level. In order to do that, sir, we need to have a level of dedicated professional coaches who acquire coaching qualifications that are accredited from the top sporting disciplines which they pursue. So it's all right to say you go and do a little course at BIMAC, not knocking an institution like that or another other organization online, let's say, but is it accredited? What is your experience? And professional coaches not only have to acquire skills and disciplines in the sport, but they have to be able to manage children, manage the emotional concerns that children present, and also must be trustworthy in terms of handling children, because we would scarcely think that that is an issue. But today, sir, I tell you, even in cricket, we have to make sure that when we send our boys and girls overseas, that we can assure parents that they are responsible adults. But coaching is something that we have taken for granted because a lot of people play sports and have played it well and achieved certain success at the national, some regional and international levels. And we automatically assume because of their exploits on the court, the field, that they are good coaches. And they have a great amount of knowledge of the sport. But that doesn't mean that they can translate that into getting young people today involved, so that coaching is really, really important. But coaching is, sir, one element of what I consider to be the player support personnel, because we have managers, we have physiotherapists, we have data analysts who analyze the data in the individual sports. These things are becoming more and more apparent. I have a friend of mine, sir, who's a coach of the Barbados national hockey team that is now away in the CSC Games. But I remember him coming back from the CSC Games. Barbados had already been knocked out of the final rounds of the competition. He was sitting in the stand next to a man from Germany who was not part of the team directly, but who was monitoring the heart rate of all the players on the turf, because they had a band around their chest, and he can tell, send an email, a message, instant message to the direct coaching personnel to say, player number 9, he's tired now. This is the time when he starts to tire and is likely to make a mistake. So that data analytics in sport has gone to a new level. And I sometimes wonder if our analysts at international level in cricket, in football, and so forth, have the requisite experience to help our sporting teams go to another level in conquering and mitigating these things. So if I speak a lot about cricket, is because that is the sport that I'm most familiar with. But I remember in Australia last year, Craig Barfoot scored 100 in the second innings of the first test. And he looked miserably in the next test match. And that was because the Australians bowled 2 balls that came back into Craig Barfoot. Every ball was going away. The Australians used the data that was produced on how he scored runs in the first test match. And although they beat us comfortably, and he scored 100, 100 didn't really make a difference. CricViz, which is a site that deals with data analytics, were able to say that this is the reason why he scores runs. And it's clear the Australians use it. So that when we speak about developing sport, developing a caliber of sports person, we need to be able to facilitate the creation of that village academy that Senator Boyd spoke about, that producer Gary Sobers. And we need to understand that we had a village academy that was able to produce a Sobers, but the village academy is no longer relevant. Gary Sobers played for, the Right Excellency Gary Sobers He played for police, but he was not a policeman. He was in the police band, played no instrument. But we had to find a way for this prodigious talent to break through, because the truth is, he would not have broken into any of the white cricket clubs at the time. This prodigious talent at age 14, 15, the stories that he used to be signed up in 2 playing 11s on a given Saturday, and when he batted and he failed in one, he got on a bicycle somewhere, rode into the next ground because he was so good. Or if he went to the ground and his team was fielding, they took him to another ground and he was so gifted. But a village academy produced that prodigious talent and took it to another level. So therefore, we need to get our facilities up to grade. And the truth is that our sporting facilities are mediocre. We don't have any indoor training facilities at Kensington Oval. We don't have a high-performance training facility in any sport discipline in Barbados. So when Craig Bradford could be listed in among the best 11 test cricketers in the year 2022, it tells me that with his 1300s, had he had more support, maybe he would have done a lot better, or maybe he would have been able to produce more internationally standard cricketers. I don't, for one moment, count when we beat our regional counterparts. Barbados beat Trinidad yesterday in the under-19 tournament. Very good start by the youngsters, defending a small score of 152 runs. And it was, if you watch that game, those young men gave a real fight, because at one stage Barbados was 67-7. And to get to 152 in 39 overs, the game was reduced by rain. And then to bowl Trinidad for 119 in the circumstances was a fantastic performance. Hardly a person knows about that effort. But if there were young people in Barbados jumping over a wall at a fete, or jerking down one another in a classroom or on a pasture after school, it will be all over social media. Because we do not appreciate that these young people have good in them and that they can achieve the heights that we could not have achieved. And I want to salute all the young sportsmen and women in this country who, without any major injection of capital into the development of their sporting craft, achieve excellence when they represent this country. And certainly the Barbados women cricketers went to the Commonwealth Games and beat Pakistan at the Commonwealth Games. How many corporate entities in Barbados have put a single cent to ensure that another generation of women, because we have made the mark in men, and yes, we have produced Haley Matthews and Deandra Doughton and Salmon and all the other cricketers and so forth, but when that crew departs from the scene, what have we done to ensure that there is another set with a viable path to international success? The BCA can't do it alone. And I want to say that one of the things that has really marked, I would say, the modern success of Barbados cricket at the regional level, because we dominate the regional tournaments in all the age groups, men and women. We really do. We don't dominate the white ball cricket game, and that is another issue that we have to work out. Because Barbados's cricket, when we speak about cricket, we're really talking about red ball cricket and test cricket. That is part of our culture. We don't consider a man who can score runs in a one-day game or T20 game as a batsman. That is not culturally acceptable or understandable to Barbadians. That's not part of our DNA. But we have to reiterate that, because the truth is that at number 8 and 9 in the world now, hardly anybody can play you in test cricket. We played one test match for the year. We'll play 2 against India and no more. And at that rate, Craig Bradford, who was rated in the top 11 in the World 11, he probably wouldn't get to 100 test matches, whereas his counterparts in other countries have long passed that mark. So we have to reorient that. But how do we get there? Sir, I believe the Barbados Cricket Association, the Barbados Olympic Association, and the Barbados Turf Club are indebted to the former Barbados Labour Party government led by Owen Arthur, who pulled them together and told them you can't have 3 national lotteries in a small island. It don't make sense. Turf Club had Lotto, Olympic Association had Olympio, BCA had the instant money game. The Sports Council was looking also to get into that field, and Owen Arthur said it don't make sense. And he induced them into coming into a relationship, a commercial relationship, and reduce the tax on lotteries. And it is because of that that there has been a consistent level of funding to those 4 organizations, including the NCF and the National Sports Council, a stroke of remarkable genius. And, sir, the Prime Minister of Barbados, I believe in her first or second budget, reduced the tax because, and I don't want to be accused of being partisan here, but I'm speaking facts. When David Thompson became Prime Minister, the first thing he did was to increase the taxes on the sporting lotteries that gave contributions to sports so that they would be on the same playing field as the one-armed bandits. So the video lottery terminals operated through the BCA's license that all the other sporting organizations benefited from were taxed at the same level as the one-armed bandits that were owned by private operators in Barbados, who themselves have been slow to pay in the annual fee on their machines for many years. What the government did is to reduce the tax and also gave the same contributions from the one-armed bandits to sports, youth, and culture. Senator John King was minister when that policy was put in place, and I have to be congratulated for that, because it also added to the additional revenue. Amateurs can't be professionals. And at the time, Sherway, you will remember that every time we played Trinidad, we couldn't beat Trinidad in cricket. And in 2008, we decided, look, rather than putting your excess revenue on a bank and buying government saving bonds, we will contract cricketers. So for all the years that we have had success in Barbados, there were no professional cricketers in Barbados until 2008. And if I tell you what a Barbados cricketer earned playing cricket for Barbados in a regional tournament per game, you will run. Far less what somebody gets playing football or basketball for Barbados, or volleyball or netball. It is embarrassingly low. But for the first time in the history of this country, we were able to tell young people, you do not have to do anything other than play cricket. It was a model followed by Cricket West Indies. Belatedly, we started that. The government in Trinidad paid their cricketers, and we had to be able to compete. I want to see us move to a stage where all our national sports move to a level where there are professional people in the sport. And we can do it. Because amateurs will never beat professionals. You cannot expect a Barbados team going away to play in netball if the largest component of that team is at work when the day comes, having to go and compete on an international stage by people who only play netball for a living. I remember when a Barbadian cricketer asked a South African cricketer if he enjoys playing cricket, he remarked that he doesn't play cricket. Cricket is his job. Right now, sir, our national insurance legislation does not recognize sports persons as employees. They cannot make contributions because our NIS is not set up to acknowledge that they are gainfully employed. You go and do that there, and when you come back, when you get dropped, you find a job. And I saw that, sir, as a young lawyer when the West Indies vice captain, good friend of mine, Sherwin Campbell, got dropped from the West Indies team after a poor tour in Australia. He was in the registry working the next week. So the West Indies vice captain is a legal clerk. But we will quarrel where we cannot beat the rest in the world. Now, Australia, sir, has a national sports policy. Deeply ingrained into the culture of the Australian psyche. We will do well to mirror the efforts by the Australian sports governance bodies in setting up a regime for the management and the development of sport. We all know it makes money. And the truth is, it boggles my mind why more young people will not play or get involved in sports. Because really and truly, you think outside of Rihanna, those young men that went to Commonwealth School, nobody don't make any more money than them in terms of their age cohort than the cricketers. No one that went to Commonwealth in that time, outside of Rihanna. But you would have a cricket policy that facilitated the use of a cricket master in that school being dismantled and being heralded by someone saying, well, cricket has had its time at home here and standing on the stage and being proud to say that. To dismantle something that has produced so many young people. Being proud to say that in a society. And members of the board walking around promising you that Cormier's time of dominating cricket will soon come to an end because that is their mission. In this country, sir. So that this national sports policy has to call for recalibration of how we deal with sports. I would hope that the Ministry of Education begins to treat sport not as extracurricular, but co-curricular. Because there's no reason why every child going to school is not required to meet a level of proficiency in at least one sporting discipline as part of their educational requirements to graduate, to go on to community college, sixth form, and go to university. Requiring every child. And if you have a physical impediment, go play chess. Play a mind game. But there's no reason why children, and I don't understand why physical education stops for most students in fourth form. Why would physical education stop for most schools? What are we emphasizing? Well, certainly some parents nowadays, sir, have caught on. Because if I don't know the number, but there is a big pull. And I pledge to come back with that number another day. But there are at least about 20 Barbadian boys and girls who are going to cricket schools and boarding schools in the UK that live in our school system. Not through the BCA alone. Parents are putting their children through school. Some of the same boys in the Barbados under 19 team don't go to school here in Barbados. They came from England and gone out to visit with the Barbados team. Because the parents recognize that if their children have to go to the next level, we don't have the level of facilities that some secondary schools have in the UK. We have the talent. Sir, in my first speech on my return to this chamber, I bemoaned the fact that there were too many sporting facilities in Barbados that were dormant. And a year later, it continues to be so. There was a time when most major businesses in Barbados facilitated sports and social clubs as part of their give back to their employees. That is a thing of the past. Banks Breweries have gone up to Newton. They sold the building. I understand it is supposed to be, the playing field is supposed to be a green space. But I see from they're probably building a mall there, sir. And a lot of the residue from the construction is being dumped on the field. But we gotta be careful that we don't see an application to change that into parking or another mall. You go behind there, Barclays Bank, which is now part of First Caribbean Bank, had a sports club. I doubt it is active, or it is certainly not as active as it was when I was growing up. You go up the road, Cameron Wallace, one of the largest telecom providers, had a large monopoly in Barbados and pulled its weight when it came to sports in Barbados. They've sold that building. But what have they done to the sports club? Many a young cricketer came through youth cricket and went on to BET at the time. A whole set of them from the early 1990s team did well in the youth tournament that was held here in Barbados, and they got a job. And the truth is, they had the flexibility to play cricket for Barbados and the West Indies because there was a culture that was introduced to sport. You come down the road, Bibex, shut down. Texaco, shut down. And we expect young people to be model citizens when we don't have the opportunities for them being facilitated, at least to be a wholesome activity. And sir, the government is not blameless in this exercise too, because I can't understand why the Barbados Defense Force Sports Program doesn't have a cricket team in our domestic competitions anymore. I can't understand it. And all the government ministries, the Ministry of Agriculture, the public workers, MTW had a cricket team. That ground is no longer being used. I'm not sure if Transport Board, they had a team too, but we had a policy, both government and private sector, to facilitate sports and social clubs. So this policy has to usher in a change to stop the backsliding, because there are too many people who say they like sports, but will do anything to kill it. Because of jealousy, because of ignorance, or because they're just showing that we don't really understand it. So one of the things that this policy proposes is a Sports Development Act. And a number of the incentives essayed by honorable senators, I believe, will form part and parcel of that legislation when it comes into fruition. But certainly, sir, we have to create a way to finance sport that takes the burden off of government and the taxpayers. We have to create, as the government has said, a more community-intensive way to develop sports. And so you would like to think that having many stadia across the country is something that should be welcomed by all and not criticized. But those who criticize do not know what is the value and the potential of sport. Ask YMPC. They're on Beckers Road. What the IPL pays them when the year comes for Dwayne Smith playing for the Mumbai Indians. Or any of the other cricket clubs, Boundaries. What they get from Jason Holder playing the IPL every year. So we know that there is real intrinsic worth in the development of sport. One of the things that we had said in the manifesto in 2018, we have to get to a stage where there are at least 1,000 Barbadians earning a living from sport overseas. You know what that is real raw potential, not only in cricket, but in all the other sporting disciplines. And if Barbadians put their minds to it, you know, we do some amazing thing. I got a friend of mine that said, we even beat England in flowers. There's nothing that the Barbadian mind is put to that we cannot achieve. We have a real competitive, indomitable spirit that once we want to do something, there's nothing that can tell us that we can't do it. And that is what the reimagining of a sports policy that goes into health. Honorable Senators have spoken to it very well, sir, and I want to echo those sentiments. If every child going to school has to reach a level of proficiency in one sport, the chances of that child continuing in that sport beyond school, if there are proper facilities and semi-professional leagues, because you might not make the jump from amateur to professional straight away, but a semi-professional league, and the Prime Minister shut up Barbados in the late 2000s with the Line Pelican football tournament. That was a semi-pro league, and it paid the fellas some money to play football, and it reignited the country. We need to start doing that in more sports, because it would also bring out spectators from the communities from which the players come from. It will be a collective effort, and it would take some of the edge off young people in the society. Playing cricket, sir, you know what it means to rub shoulders with all sorts of people. From police, and you know, as a schoolboy, sir, they don't really like to play against the police because the police were, in my view, the most unsportsmanlike people to play cricket. They didn't break any of the cricket laws, like how the English are now accusing the Australians to, but they played it in a very, very aggressive, and we must win this game, a very intimidating way. But at the end of the day, they were the most pleasant people to speak to after the game. And you wonder if there was some demon into these men when they were on the field. And that duality taught us as schoolboys important lessons, that you could be aggressive in the sport and play the sport to a certain level, but when you came off the field, you were now a different person. And those are the important lessons that we can learn from sport. Sir, I want to close my contribution to the debate by calling for the private sector in Barbados to imagine ways in which they could facilitate taking this society out of its present funk. We talk about crime prevention, but there has to be a national call up where we talk, Senator Bradford, Dr. Bradford spoke about a national fund, but we really have to do something to get the edge off of our young people, sir. When you get the opportunity to travel or live in any other Caribbean countries, we really don't get fanatical about sports. Because a football game at the secondary school level in Trinidad brings out the whole country to watch secondary championships. CIC versus QRC or something like that. And even in cricket, champs in Jamaica. You know, I mean, they're fanatical. And we have to work through what I consider to be real qualitative cultural differences. Because I am also mindful of the fact that a number of Barbadians who go overseas on sports scholarships don't necessarily pursue those sports after they've graduated from university. Whereas I've seen the numbers where other Caribbean countries, the graduation rate is very low. Yes, Senator Bajan, the average Bajan overseas on a scholarship and they're not coming back with a degree or some kind of qualification. But there's a precipitous drop-off in their pursuit from sporting excellence after they've completed their studies. And these are things that we have to examine. As I said, there are qualitative challenges that we have to look in, and the data is all there. The data is all there. So that if you're not playing a sport, we need minds to do data analytics. We need sports medicine specialists, as Senator Mr. Maynard indicated. We also need people, physiotherapists, strength and conditioning specialists, because one would have thought that a physiotherapist and a strength and conditioning specialist is the same thing. They're not. So there's even a tapperist in certain sporting teams. What's a tapperist? I'm not talking about the person who cuts hedges into shapes of animals and different things, but somebody who conjures up tricks in the dressing room to take off the tension off the players. In major sporting teams, there are people who do these things. So when we speak about sport, we are not only focusing on a career of sports persons, but what about umpires and referees at the international level? You would have to have a certain level of proficiency in the sport and a certain amount of knowledge in order to be able to be successful at that sport on the international level. But we go away and play CAC games and Commonwealth games and Pan-Am games. How many referees and umpires and officials are we sending away because we shy away from these things? People make a living in these things. So the sports policy is not only about the development of the sports person per se, but talking about the development of an industry of sport. And that is critical for our development. So I would again close by congratulating the Ministry of Sport and all of those who have worked and toiled to bring this policy in fruition. We will be keeping our eyes to ensure that this does not fall into file 13. I know that the ministry is not going to allow it to happen, but certainly the impetus is there. There is a lot of support for the development of our young people. And the same way we've had a cultural development and a cultural industries development bill to incentivize the development of culture, this is the time for sport. And I commend the resolution, which has my wholehearted support. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Nichols. Senator Dr. Moronide.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me thank all of the honourable senators that have contributed to the discussion this morning, to this afternoon. I believe that all of the contributions have demonstrated the importance of this resolution, have demonstrated the fundamental understanding of the importance of what the resolution is trying to do. And I believe that it really demonstrates as well that the ministry and those that have contributed to the green paper have really hit the nail on the head in the context of the critical objective that has been elaborated for the national sports policy, particularly in the context of the elevation of sports as a critical pillar of Barbadian national identity. Because if we are able to do that, if we're able to elevate it as a critical pillar of national identity, then all of the things that have been spoken to here, Mr. President, then we will see happening. Because that means then that we will stop, as somebody said, making sport at sport. It means then that we will be able to get the commitment from all of the players. Senator King talked about all hands being on board, because if it is elevated as a central pillar of national identity, it means that it is something that the country does together. It means that we will see the professionalism and excellence that is needed in that context. Mr. President, I want to, in particular, as I thanked all of the honorable members, but to single out the contribution of Senator Nichols, who I think spoke from a place of intensity, of passion, and of knowledge in the context of this resolution, and again to support everything that was put on the table. I want, Mr. President, just to speak as I close to the point that was made by several of the persons calling for a greater investment from the private sector. Very often the private sector speaks of corporate social responsibility, but that often means that they invest in trophies and t-shirts. That's sponsorship. That's not corporate social responsibility. Corporate social responsibility is more developmental. It sometimes means making an investment for long-term return, and that is what is needed. And I want to, again, align myself with all of the comments that have called for a greater participation of the private sector in this development agenda, but also as well, the calls to ensure that whether it is within the public or the private sector, that we make sure that we provide the opportunity and space for our national sports persons to be able to perform and do what they have to do without fetter. It is a disgrace, Mr. President, that we will be at this year, 2023, still having a situation where we have organizations that are preventing our sports person from being able to take up opportunities, whether it's to train or to play or whatever the circumstance, including the support services within that context. I do want to add, Mr. President, that there is a level of funding that is being provided through the Arts and Sports Fund that provides support to our sports persons currently to be able to travel, to be able to support them. It supports teams, it supports further education, it supports training, as well as equipment. So that the government has established a fund in order to be able to support. But again, the call for that to be wider and more national and have a broader contribution as well. Mr. President, I will stop there because I think that everything that has been said, adds to the discourse. I would not necessarily want to repeat anything, but just to say, I think that, there is an agreement and a consensus among everyone that, one, sports development is important to us because of a number of different factors. The fact that it has multiplier impacts. We talked about the impact on crime, on community building, and on cohesion as well. But I close, again, borrowing from Senator King, it requires an all-hands-on-board approach. Pardon? All hands on deck. What did I say? Aboard? All hands on deck. All hands on deck. Thank you, Leader of Government Business, for that correction. I am much obliged to you. All hands on deck. Mr. President, I do not beg that this resolution be now passed.
The question is that the resolution that Parliament take note of the green paper on the national sports policy do not pass. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Who thinks the ayes have it? This resolution is duly passed.
Order number 4, sir. In the name of the Honourable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the Airport Service Charge Amendment Bill 2023.
Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I rise on this occasion to introduce the reading of the Airport Service Charge Bill. This is a measure, colleagues, that is constituted as a budgetary measure. And so the Prime Minister, in her statement in March of this year, would have made a number of proposals which would have been taking legislative effect at different points in time. This measure is meant to take effect from the period of July 2023. And so what that measure effectively set out to do was to stimulate intra-regional travel and to ensure that we address the many concerns that were being raised with regard to the cost of inter-regional travel, specifically the taxes being applied. It is a stimulus measure, and so, Mr. President, the Prime Minister announced that there would be a 43% reduction in the application of the airport service charge, and that would be specifically to stimulate travel into the Caribbean region. Now, this is a significant measure. If colleagues would recall, a few years ago, probably 2 years ago or so, we also came to this honorable chamber, and we at the time made an amendment to the Airport Service Charge Bill Act at the time. And what we made the changes in order to do was to broaden the scope of that bill from purely CARICOM member states to incorporate Caribbean member states, which then represented the 14 member countries of the CARICOM region, the 5 associate members of the CARICOM region, and the broader Caribbean Basin region, which then expanded the scope of what we were doing. And so now here we are again, Mr. President, going back to that legislation to reduce the application of those charges to that scope of persons representing the Caribbean by 43%. What that means, Mr. President, is that we are going to be seeing for the period July 1, 2023 through December 14, 2023, the payment of regional passenger charges from the region from USD $35 to USD $20 for the period that I have just described. This is significant, Mr. President, because it is meant to ensure that the partners that you have heard the Honourable Minister with responsibility for tourism in the other place speaking about, that this is meant to stimulate the work that they have been doing with the regional partners, in particular Air Antilles, Inter-Caribbean, and also Caribbean Airlines working in tandem with the officials from the Ministry of Tourism. So, Mr. President, this is the measure in summary. It really doesn't require much more to say than that. But there is more to this overall principle of supporting interregional travel than simply the intervention of a measure that speaks to the application of budgetary measures for the purpose of payment of taxes, Mr. President. Why would our Prime Minister and why would a government make interventions in order to stimulate travel? When we talk about tourism, when we talk about travel, especially when we talk about interregional travel, oftentimes the conversation is about leisure. People being able to travel for one reason or the other, for fun, to visit family and friends, because it's easy to do a hop, skip, and a jump. There is an extended regional conversation, certainly in the Caribbean Tourism Organization, about multi-destination tourism, where people can enter the region and go from one country to the other, and the removal of taxes that are too high or the reduction of taxes that may seem as though they inhibit regional travel becomes an inhibitor to that overall objective of multi-destination tourism. But, Mr. President, one of the things that we also acknowledge is that there is a broader agenda. There is a significantly broader agenda, Mr. President, and that talks about Caribbean civilization overall. What is that agenda, Mr. President? When in 2000, early part of 2000, and we were preparing for the 2008 negotiation of an agreement with the European Union. The Caribbean region understood at the time that our base, the number of people in the Caribbean, was not large enough to be able to create the kinds of economies of scale that we needed. And so we created the entity for the purpose of the CARIFORUM Economic Partnership Agreement we call the CARIFORUM region, which is the CARICOM region plus the Dominican Republic. And we expanded to 16 million, a region that would have been significantly smaller for the purpose of negotiation with the EU. Now, why is that important in that context, in this context, Mr. President? Because if we, on the day after the region has celebrated CARICOM Day, in the week that we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of CARICOM, are not treating to the important issues of regional scope, regional integration, the regional movement of people, regional movement of goods, regional movement of capital, and the expansion of our market base in this CARICOM region, Mr. President, then we have not done justice to the vision of our forefathers who would have created the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. It is important, Mr. President, that on this celebration of the occasion of CARICOM Day, that we give true effect to the movement of people throughout the region. And the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas provides for that. If we were to go through the various articles of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, Mr. President, we could start by talking about things like Article 41, which covers the industrial policy, Article 51, which deals with the community industrial policy. We could talk about Article 54, which deals with the regional services sector and the movement of people for the purpose of conducting business and conducting trade throughout the region. And we have the opportunity, Mr. President, even to talk about things like the movement of nationals throughout the region in Article 45. And then, of course, in Article 44, it specifically talks about the movement of introduction of measures to facilitate the establishment and provision of services. But there is a section, Mr. President, that is repeated throughout those various sections of the revised treaty that I would wish to draw attention to. And it reads as follows. It says, one of the things it says, if we were going to Article 54, Clause 3A, it talks about the efficient provision of infrastructural services, including telecoms, road, air, maritime, and other transportation. It specifically talks about the importance of the provision of air transportation for the purpose of the movement of services. That identical text, Mr. President, can be found in the sections relating to industrial policy. It is also important for those who are interested in agriculture because it is represented in the agricultural sector section of the treaty, Mr. President. And it also talks about the efficient movement of persons related to the institutions of functional cooperation in the Caribbean. Now, who are some of the entities of functional cooperation in this Caribbean region, Mr. President? Many of us in this room are graduates of the University of the West Indies, one of the most significant institutions of functional cooperation in the region. One University of the West Indies campus alone has approximately 25,000 students and faculty moving throughout this region every single year. One campus. The Mona campus, the St. Augustine campus, the Barbados campus, and now the latest campus, which is the Antigua campus, you have thousands of Caribbean nationals moving throughout this region as part of a functional cooperation institution that is the University of the West Indies. Not to mention those that are involved in other entities like CARFA, like our healthcare, like the CARICOM Secretariat based in Guyana, moving throughout the region. We have just wrapped up the CARICOM Heads of Government meeting in Trinidad and Tobago. People move throughout the region for the conduct of CARICOM business every single day as part of the implementation of our regional project, the CARICOM region movement, regional integration movement. And Mr. President, so I want us to begin to imagine a region that isn't promoting intra-regional travel because we want simply to be able to get away for a weekend, to go to a jazz festival in a neighboring island, or to go to carnival in a neighboring island, or to include ourselves and to get excited about a conference in a neighboring island. There is so much more that is a part of our economic development that is critical to our own process of evolution and Caribbean existential our Caribbean existential, our Caribbean civilization, I'm sorry, that the measures such as this would be important to. The next thing that I want to draw attention to, Mr. President, is what this then means for our long-standing discussion on the creation of new air links with other parts of the world. Mr. President, you have established that the Caribbean region and the Caribbean integration movement is critical. And so we are on the eve, on this CARICOM 50th anniversary, we are making the strides that we're making, and there is a discussion which is ongoing in the region for as long as I can remember about air links, airlifts, making it accessible, making it efficient. Will the bags arrive? Will you get there on time? Cancellations of flights, all of those are important conversations that continue to be dealt with. And a public-private sector conversation needs to be had around how we are going to capitalize our approach to the provision of effective and efficient air transportation. I think, Prime Minister, Mr. President, that what we're dealing with at this stage here is a public good. Why are the region's leaders speaking at all about air travel? Why are we speaking about the importance of air travel and making measures such as this to reduce by percentages that are not insignificant the cost of taxes being applied to air travel? Because regional leaders, and certainly Barbados acknowledges that regional travel is a public good. And it means that people are able to travel for all the reasons that I have just outlined in order to pursue the interests of the Caribbean community. Secondly, and perhaps finally, Mr. President, I want to specifically also make reference to the fact that beyond the region, Prime Minister very recently in addressing the country spoke about her recent travels and what was happening with the different countries and what people were saying. And she said something that stayed with me. She talked about the rise of the global South. She talked about how countries in the South were collaborating more and more in their own interests and ensuring that they put the measures in place that facilitated their own development. And here it is, Mr. President, that the Caribbean region, by way of CARICOM, has an opportunity to ultimately expand our engagement as a collective with the other regional groupings of the global South, starting with the African continent, Mr. President, and the partners who are there who have been working with us, moving outward to South America, Mr. President, who are also working very extensively with the other countries in the South, and then even further afield, the other small island developing states in the Pacific region as well, Mr. President. The global South has to once and for all begin to navigate the questions of connectivity and connections with our civilizations who have more in common than we don't have in common, Mr. President. There's more that connects us than the things that divide us. And so, Prime Minister, I believe when she was speaking on more than one occasion, has talked about how each time the global South wants to move from one place to the other, we have to go through the North. We have to go either to the US, we have to go either to the UK. And so the development of linkages, air linkages in particular, among the countries of the global South, that is efficient, that is effective, and that is cost-effective is also going to be critical to ensuring that we expand our own capacity. And so, Mr. President, while this bill simply speaks about a 43% reduction in the cost of taxes for intra-Caribbean travel for a dedicated period, the implications of a philosophy driving this policy are actually far greater. And so with these very few words, Mr. President, I want to commend this bill to this honorable chamber and beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
Thank you, Senator Cummings. Any speakers on this bill? The question, Senator Dr. Bradford.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think it is clear to me that any action that seeks to support and to strengthen Caribbean integration in the Caribbean community is something that deserves our support. As a small region, we're fully aware that unity is strength. And we must do all that we can to ensure functional cooperation between the countries of the region in order to achieve the goals which we seek as embodied in the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. Mr. Chairman, I have one question which occurred to me as I read the proposal, and that is a question related to the temporal nature of the proposal. I know that it is from July 1st until December of this year. And I wondered as I read it, what happens next? What is the next step? What is the next proposal? Where are the elements of continuity, revision, or evaluation? In other words, is it proposed that after this period of initial experimentation, we will evaluate the policy to determine whether it has been successful or not? And if so, what then would be the next steps? I recognize it as an important step, but for my own understanding of what we're asked to approve, I ask the question as to what are the proposals for its continuity, evaluation, as we go forward. I'm obliged.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Raffet. Senator Dr. Moronade.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll make a brief intervention. Yes, I'll make a brief intervention on this bill. Mr. President, the Leader of Government Business has reminded us of the importance of travel to the regional integration movement itself, right? And particularly in the context of the free movements of people, which is extremely important. I remember reading, it's not coming to my mind, a publication, a book, and being reminded that former Prime Minister Al Barrow, who we call the founder of independence, had said very eloquently that really and truly when we look at the integration movement, and particularly free movement, it is really a lived reality. It is the lived reality of people, even as we seek to establish the structures that we ought to be careful, in fact, that the structures facilitate the lived reality of people. And I'm reminded that particularly when I look at the nexus between travel and how it also facilitates and supports the cultural sector, which is extremely important. And particularly as we are within the context of crop over. The National Cultural Foundation in 2022, and we are hoping that the results of the study will be ready shortly, undertook an assessment to be able to assess and document the value of festival tourism, what is called festival tourism, people who are traveling specifically to come to festivals, and particularly in the context of crop over. Some of the initial data and analysis that came from that study, and we're still finalizing, indicates, of course, that in 2022 there was a fall-off, which was attributed to the demise of Liat. But that even within the context of 2022, when we weren't sure what was happening with COVID, where the crop over was going, that regional travel for persons coming to Barbados to participate still accounted for 11% of the travel, which again is significant. That is then also buttressed by previous studies that was done in the context again of looking at festival tourism, which showed that in many instances, and not only in Barbados, whether it was Trinidad, whether it was St. Lucia, that again, interregional travel was a significant portion of that. The analysis that was done indicated that in the context of crop over, it was as much as 25%. For, I think, St. Lucia, it was as much as 35%. And again, for Trinidad and Tobago and their carnival as well, it was even higher. I think it was like 54%. And it really demonstrated that when we talk about interregional travel and facilitating, that we ought to understand that it supports again, a myriad of things that happen. And one of the other areas that the study identified was that it supported a number of small businesses as well. That when they surveyed those in the context of the cultural sector, it was primarily sole proprietors, small business people who depended on the festival tourism in order to be able to make their living, Mr. President. And we have, again, nexus, again, with those that offer affordable housing, accommodation, again, for those regional travelers who come to participate in the festivals around those particular time. There are the food vendors, etc., Mr. President. There are the hucksters and traders, the people who come to participate in Bridgetown Market. We talk about crop over, the entertainers as well, that move, Mr. President. Those also contribute. Those also as well depend on that interregional travel for their living. One of the things that the National Cultural Foundation is seeking to do is develop a more developmental aspect to the sector. And we are counting and relying on the experiences of others in the region around festivals in order to be able to build out that development model here, those lessons that are learned. And one of the critical planks on that is how we can move our entertainers, again, across the region to be able to participate, again, whether it's in Trinidad, St. Lucia, etc. So that the interregional travel plays a significant role in building out the cultural sector, Mr. President. I think is important for us to be able to understand and pay attention to, so that we appreciate that the issue of airlift is not one that we can deal with centrally, but certainly in the context, Mr. President, of this debate, efforts to make sure that we can facilitate that in a proactive way in order to ensure that we have the investment. People coming here from the region, particularly from Cropover, is extremely critical, because we know that for the summer months, then we don't necessarily have the tourists that come from the north. And therefore, incentivizing our regional partners, our regional countries to be able to come to Barbados, particularly at this time, is important. The final point I want to make in the context, again, of festival tourism and cultural, and the nexus between culture and travel as well, Mr. President, also has to do with how we are intending to build out our entire cultural industries sector. And the nexus also that has to be made, not only in the context of, yes, people coming to participate and jump and all of those things, and entertainment, but the real fundamental value in the cross-collaboration that happens. So again, over 2023 and the latter part of 2022, the National Culture Foundation has been undertaking a number of training workshops intended, again, to increase the capacity of our local practitioners in a number of different areas, whether that is Bastard Creek. I don't understand why you can't pronounce that word, but that word, making basketry. Thank you so very much for your help. Basketry. And again, a lot of what we have done is to forge regional partnerships. Experts that have to come, again, from the region, some come from Africa. And emphasizing, Mr. President, that we really ought not to underestimate the value of the regional travel outside of just the simple tourism factor. But that certainly in the context of culture, it plays a very, very significant role, Mr. President. Thank you. And I believe I was short. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight. Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to thank the honourable colleagues who have spoken. Thank you, first of all, to Dr. Charleston Brathwaite, who raised the point of the timeline for the application of the measure through December. I believe that when this measure was originally contemplated, there were two things that were being considered. One, of course, having the opportunity to look at the performance of the application. So there has to be a balance between the number of seats available to move travel from within the region into Barbados and the application of the measure. So when the absence of LIAT hit the regional sector for interregional movement, you ended up having a situation where there were thousands of seats fewer than there were pre-2019, and as a consequence, reducing the travel taxes for the region would not have a significant effect because you didn't have the number of seats that were available. That is the reason why this particular measure is accompanied by partnerships with the partners that I mentioned. So Air Antilles, Intercaribbean, and Caribbean Airlines, you have the supporting measures being put in place with additional aircraft being made available. I believe you also would have heard the Honourable Minister with responsibility for tourism and international transport speak about the challenges that the airlines are facing. In many instances, I believe when we came out of 2022, you had partners here in the region who had 2 single aircraft, 90 seats in total, 30 seats flying at a time. That is considerably fewer and fewer routes that were made available as a consequence than we did have in pre-COVID periods. And so as we continue to ramp up the number of aircraft available through the privately owned entities in the region who provide airlift in the region, then you are in a better position to see if the confluence of seats and taxes match, and therefore if the measure has been as impactful as you would wish it to be, and then a determination can be made on what happens thereafter. It is not just a local or regional phenomenon. The reality of it is that every single airline has been challenged, not just by the absence of aircraft, but by the absence of crew. And that really creates an opportunity for us to start to treat to the sector. I always used to say that tourism and international transport oftentimes used to be seen as the bastard stepchild on the outside that just didn't have any ownership to it, and we were very excited only about the tourism side of things. But the international transport is so critical to this because the provision of partnerships with airline carriers, for example, the development of the downstream skills and services, like those skills that help to create crew members for airlines. In the earlier measure that we debated, Mr. President, we talked about the creation of skills for sport. Equally so, what are the skills being developed in Barbados and across the region for the purpose of the development of the aviation sector? All of those are things which are critical when you hear airline partners talking about not just the absence of airlines and aircraft equipment, but also the absence of crew. They need to be able to crew up. They need to have people who are skilled and trained and are ready to go. So that really is the rationale for the measure being looked at in December, and I'm certain that the Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Minister will be in a position to make a determination at the end of the year. Now, the point made by Senator Dr. the Honourable Chantal Monroe-Knight is also critical, especially in terms of festivals and culture. These are important things. If you were to look throughout the region, you have people who move, rightly as described, for the purpose of festivals, but you also have a lot of our perishable goods that come into the country on a daily basis using airlift. So the connections between airlift, not just for persons who are sitting in the top of the plane, but for the cargo that is traveling in the bottom of the plane, is critical for the development of our regional tradable sectors and our productive sectors, in particular our agricultural sector. That depends on time-bound movement for perishable goods. So that is critical, and so the implementation of a measure such as this adds to the profitability or the margin of return for an airline, which then is going to be supported by what we as a country do to ensure that we get seats filled in the top of the plane and cargo filled in the bottom of the plane, and people who are moving for the purpose of business and trading and culture and sport and all of the related things that contribute to really what we should be describing as the Caribbean identity. These are all things which are reflective of who we are as a people and what we aspire to be and what the forefathers of CARICOM intended for it to be. There is, Mr. President, a seminal piece that I believe many of us have read and are in possession of, which is the Time for Action report of CARICOM. And that is such a critical piece of knowledge for us as Caribbean people to understand what the forefathers of CARICOM and the visionaries who crafted the revised treaty intended for us as a region. And connectivity among our islands, whether by air or sea, has always been critical to our Caribbean civilization. And with these few words, Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Meetings the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that you do not leave the chair and the Senate is in committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do not leave the chair, and the Honorable Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Senate is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 1 stand part.
The question is that clause 1 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. And those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 2 do now stand part.
The question is that clause 2 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 3 do now stand part.
The question is that clause 3 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee. Senator Cummins.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Airport Service Charge Amendment Act 2023.
The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Airport Service Charge Amendment Act 2023. All of the senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Order number 3, sir. In the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, to move the passing of a resolution to prove, in accordance with Section 5 of the Land Acquisition Act, Chapter 228, the compulsory acquisition by the state of a parcel of land situate Harrison's Plantation in the parish of St. Lucie in this island for public purposes, namely education, economic, and tourism development.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, this is a bill that has been, I believe, ventilated extensively while it was debated and then passed in the other place. And so I'm going to just share a little bit about what was said in the other place when this bill was presented, so that we are clear what the purpose is intended. In summary, Mr. President, what we are treating with is the acquisition of a parcel of land which is being compulsorily acquired. The land totals 36,507.3 square meters, or 3.65 hectares of land. It is situated at Harson's Plantation in St. Lucie, and it is being earmarked for the purposes that were intended, that were outlined, I believe: education, economic, and tourism development. Now, in the first instance, Mr. President, the Barbados Tourism Investment, Inc. is the land is proposed to be vested in the Barbados Tourism Investment, Inc. We have done transactions similar to this before. I believe that we have had a number of instances where land was acquired or purchased or vested or conveyed in the Barbados Tourism Investment, Inc. for subsequent development in various areas. We have completed that in a number of parts of the country, and we have then seen the requisite requests for proposals. In this instance, however, Mr. President, this is a project that is earmarked for an educational activity in the north of the island, specifically, as referred to in the other place, a dental school that is meant for development here in Barbados. It was originally earmarked for another location, and it subsequently was found that the area originally proposed for this particular project was not ideal, and so it was felt that the development would be more suited for the area that is under acquisition at this time for consideration by this honorable chamber. Mr. President, we have the University of the West Indies that has historically conducted a range of activities, and interestingly, in the last measure, Mr. President, we spoke about how the institutions of functional cooperation have interfaced, and we do know, Mr. President, that traditionally the dental school facilities of the University of the West Indies have been based in St. Augustine in Trinidad. We do have, as Barbados continues to develop into the business of education, and that's really where I want to situate my comments here today, the business of education and how it produces long-term visitors to the country and therefore wider economic benefits across the productive sectors. This is the kind of project that is earmarked for this particular acquisition, Mr. President. In the first instance, it is expected that we will see a dental school here in Barbados, one. Secondly, it is expected that the ancillary services in support of the dental school will also be constructed in the area, and they will include facilities for dormitories for students. They will also include all of the additional supporting infrastructure that will be necessary for a school. And then thirdly and finally, the expectation, Mr. President, is that you would have tourism development specifically connected to the persons visiting Barbados for the purpose of either academic, faculty, or for persons who are here visiting their students and their family, their friends who are at the school, and there is meant to be a hotel development also on these lands. And so, Mr. President, it is my understanding from the briefing on this particular project and on the presentation in the other place that this is a significant development which is earmarked for this part of the country. It is an opportunity that is going to lend itself to the creation of new jobs, both in construction and in the various sectors that are going to be undertaken there. It is an opportunity also for the agricultural sector to sell products and goods into the university there. We have seen here in Barbados, once upon a time, we used to have a single university here on island, which was the UWI. We still have our own university, the University of West Indies, owned by us, but we also have seen the evolution of a range of offshore medical schools all across Barbados. Ross University is the most visible one that we see oftentimes. And Mr. President, if we were to go to Coverley on any given Saturday afternoon, it looks like a small city where persons who are there, they're living, you have residences which have evolved, and persons are able to get rental income from their properties in Coverley. You have all of the retail activity which is taking place also in Coverley. You have salons that have moved into the area, restaurants that are in the area, a gas station in the area, and it has become a hive of activity, and with it, economic opportunity for people who are able to benefit from that. Equally so in the Haggett Hall area. You have seen the area around Sky Mall and now the one Haggett Hall area with Starbucks, McFry's, and I think some Subway. Those places are hives of activity, and I had the opportunity, Mr. President, to have a conversation as business minister with a couple of the proprietors in that area, and they said to me, their businesses are thriving largely because of the presence of Ross University in the LASC facility just down the street. On mornings, when you go for your coffee or whatever it is you're going for in Starbucks, your freshers or your refreshers or whatever it is, the line is always filled. The only time you could get into Starbucks easily is in the holiday season when students are not coming there throughout the day. Worse yet, during exam season, they are there throughout the day and into the evening. Same thing for Subway, for food. Same way for the new business that has also been there. And now you see ATM facilities and so on also popping up in the area. And so the combination in the Haggett Hall area of the Barbados Community College down the road and the Ross University students just right there has created a new type of commercial activity in the Haggett Hall area. And it is my expectation that equally so, when this new facility is constructed and completed and populated in the St. Lucie area, I can expect, on the basis of what we're seeing in these two other locations, that the same will apply, in particular, if it is even on a larger scale. And I'm looking forward to the rollout of this project by the principals in collaboration with the ministries with responsibility for housing and lands, the BTII, and later on down the road, the Ministry of Health, and of course the Ministry of Education as supporting institutions. And with these very few words, Mr. President, I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
Thank you, Senator Cummings. Any speakers? Her Honourable Senator Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would wish to support the measure before the chamber and indeed to commend government for this new development. It is interesting, the longer you live, the more you see. I remember when the opportunity to have what is now the St. George's Medical School was presented in Barbados, and the very hot, vicious debate at the national level which it provoked. It generated a hit song, Cadavers for the Mighty Gabby. God bless him. Now, the most excellent Dr. Anthony Carter. And such is the nature of Calypso, because what he was doing was capturing the national sentiment which was expressed in the debate and reflecting it in song, and in that way creating really part of the historical record, because I see some of the young people in the chamber looking at me puzzled, because of course they would have known nothing of this matter and the extent to which the issue captivated the country for several months, and the debate became extremely acerbic. By way of background, sir, since now I'm saying that, talking about the history, I remember that I realized that some people just don't know. In the it must have been the early 1980s, it was proposed that a medical school would set up in Barbados. The government of the day, particularly the Prime Minister, Tom Adams, was very much in support of it, and I tangentially would want to observe that you know, it is amazing how much foresight Tom Adams had as a prime minister when you look at the fact that this was the prime minister who established the offshore financial services sector, with whom we saw the first redevelopment of what was then of the Grantley Adams Airport, the development of the central bank and everything that came with it, the development of the ABC Highway, the Tenantries Freehold Purchase Act, the development of the post office, and I could go on and go on. But at the political level, at the level of policy development, it really was a very exciting and pivotal development period for the country, because much of the benefits that we are reaping now were sown at that time. The development of the solar water heater industry in Barbados. I mean, however you look at it, it really was an excellent period in the country's development, which paved the way for what we are enjoying today and much of what we are still going to benefit from in the future. So it was proposed that this medical school would come to Barbados, but the country opposed it. The average member of the public, and sometimes you just have to lead even when the public is resisting, and do what you know is right, or do what you know people will benefit from. The government did that on the offshore sector, which was also highly opposed at the time. The ABC Highway, which was highly opposed at the time. We take these things for granted now and can't imagine the country without them. But during the period when they were contemplated, the government faced stiff opposition from the official opposition and from the country, and had to take very, very hard decisions, which caused them to be unpopular at the time. In time, we have recognized that they were right, but on this one, the government retreated. And it is interesting that many of the senior medical professionals who were big brand names in Barbados at the time were themselves opposed to this idea of having an offshore medical school in Barbados. And one of the issues on which it turned and on which the song, Gabby's song itself is grounded, is the whole matter of how would bodies which were used to train the students be properly maintained, or whether it would cause health challenges, or whether or not grave diggers would be digging up people's bodies at night. I mean, you know, looking back now, it seems so utterly ridiculous, but all of that became part of the national debate, and Gabby capitalized on it. And we sing the song, we dance, we laugh, but that is in fact the background. The medical school went on to Grenada and became what is today known as St. George's, has become a major, well-recognized school at the international level, but more important for Grenada, has helped to anchor the Grenada economy for the last 40 or so years in ways that were never, they didn't even, I think, fully appreciate at the time, the extent to which it would spur industry, activity, jobs, new training, opportunities for locals. I have given a lecture at St. George's Medical, been invited to do so and gone down there. And so it has even attracted, I don't want to say academics and intellectuals, sir, having just said that I gave a lecture, but it has attracted persons from the rest of the Caribbean to give their services and so on there. So sometimes we have to take decisions when the population isn't necessarily with us. Anyway, the point is that the history has worked out the way it has. St. George's is where it is, and we have come late to the game of the offshore medical schools and the offshore medical centers and so on. It is, so I commend the fact that we are, after all this time, another Barbados Labour Party administration has taken these decisions, and we have attracted Ross, American International, I think it is called, and several others are now making Barbados their home base. And the reality is that it has potential for creating jobs and opportunities here, for establishing Barbados's name in yet another field and area of expertise. And one would understand why Barbados is attractive to this kind of external investment. A good road network, telecommunications that work, a relatively safe country, although we quarrel about the level of crime, and well, we should, and although, as Senator Nichols said earlier, people are breaking down defenses at FETs and doing things that are undesirable. Really, when you compare Barbados' statistics with the rest of the Caribbean, this is still a relatively safe society. So the level of opportunity now being created by these new kinds of investments is in fact to be commended. And I believe that we should deliberately pursue bringing offshore medical centers, not just offshore medical facilities, training facilities, but offshore medical treatment facilities here to Barbados. And I can think not just of the fact that the dental school or dentistry would be an area, dental work would be an area to attract potential patients. One can think of services for the aging and the elderly so that we develop geriatric facilities and disciplines and care. One can think of cosmetic surgery, sir. Already there are persons coming in and doing specialist cosmetic surgery in Barbados for weeks at a time and then leaving again. So there are areas in cosmetic surgery that could well be developed. Barbados could be developed as a center. In fact, it is well known that if you want certain types of cosmetic surgery, you go to Brazil to get it. And there's no reason why, given our skilled medical personnel and very good health facilities, comparatively speaking, throughout the Caribbean, there's no reason why we cannot have well-developed centers here. In fact, sir, I remember walking along the street and someone stopping me to ask me if I'd had cosmetic work done on a particular part of my anatomy, because at the time the one of the specialists who comes in to do that kind of work was present. But I have to laugh, sir, at life, you know. But it is a reality that you can now have a body that is made to specifications. You can get all kinds of enhancements or indeed reductions, sir. As a woman, I am not too sure what they do with a man, but you can get, you mean their pectorals might be enhanced and so, but I can see that this can become a huge area for investment, because the reality is that many of us do not like parts of our body. That's the truth. Whether it is your nose, or, yeah, a lot of people have difficulty, whether it is with the tone of their skin, although I can't figure that one out, but a lot of people have elements of cosmetic surgery done. The things that combat the effects of aging or the look of aging, and that's why Botox has become such a big thing. So there is tremendous scope. Here in Barbados, I know that we have specialists here sitting at the table in some of these specialties, and I don't know if they will be making any investment in St. Lucie. But sports medicine, again, since we just had the debate on sports, and I will not trespass on the rules, sir, but suffice it is to say that we can develop sports training facilities and the medical disciplines that go along with it, whether it's sports nutrition or sports psychology or training, you know, in various biomechanics and so on. These are all important considerations, so that we should not stop at attracting the occasional school, or we should not stop at schools only, but look to see how we can capitalize on the whole issue of health tourism and health medicine. There are many people who are recovering from surgery, who are mobile, and could come easily to a place like Barbados where they could rest and recuperate without intensive care being required. And indeed, if the facilities were provided, I am sure that we could attract. We have made other forays into this whole business of using education, because education and edutainment are two of the fastest growing sectors that are utilizing the technology. People already come here for language training from out of Latin America. UE has become a big center in this regard. We have people who are engaged in various types of cooperative exchanges between our University of the West Indies, and other universities of excellent repute, whether out of the UK, the US, or further afield. And therefore, the use of the technology and the capacity of the technology and the fact that our young people are trained in the technology really allows us to create a more borderless economy and attract foreign exchange earnings and bring people here for the business of learning, or have them stay in their space but become a Barbados student or a student of the University of the West Indies. There is another point in this regard that is worthy of note, and it is that the establishment of a dental facility at St. Lucie, or dental school at St. Lucie, now has the potential to jumpstart further development in that parish. There had been a time when a sitting parliamentarian in the other place used to call routinely for an aircraft, an airport in St. Lucie at a time when there was no economic activity to support it, and the only thing you could have landed there was a few black-belly sheep and yard fowls. But no, sir, with this kind of new investment and development going into St. Lucie, the Barbados Labour Party manifesto, I think, of 2018 and 2022, both of them do speak to the issue of the creation of new piers, new ship piers, cruise piers at St. Lucie, and it is something to which we can give consideration, because the existence of the dental school is going to mean, as the Honourable Leader of the Chamber said, of Government Business, meals. These students are going to need meals. A lot of them don't cook. They go out and they buy meals constantly, whether they have somebody home cooking for them or they're going to restaurants. They require laundry services like everybody else. The females will get their hair and nails done. They require laundry services. They will be paying rents, so that there's an opportunity for people who have property in the area to get revenue generation from it, foreign exchange earnings. Some may have a room or add on a room or convert their garage to a studio apartment. Others will build there will be purpose-built accommodation for some of the students. But I think that we are going to see this dental school, this educational facility, act as a boon to development in the area. And that is a highly desirable thing. In addition to these points, I think I want to make one final one, sir, and it is this. Wherever universities or large educational facilities exist, there is tremendous potential for those facilities to exert positive pressures on the communities around them. We have not, I think, created any rules that allow us to insist that new educational facilities and large facilities should be LEED certified, for instance, should be completely green. Because if we are talking about transitioning to a green Barbados and moving away from electricity, moving away from fossil fuels, part of the way to do it is to ensure that when large facilities like this come on stream, that they do in fact have to be green facilities. So they should be where wind, recycling, solar, etc. can be utilized. This is what we should insist on, and therefore I would like to hope that as part of the conditionalities imposed on those coming, that we insist on having a green facility. Thank you. In addition to the issue of the positive influence which such large facilities and institutions can exert on the communities around them, the other area in which they can do so potentially is in the area of procurement. They can positively influence what happens in the community. All of the farms in the community should be supplying this facility and the accommodation that is built for the students. They should have policies that, for instance, ensure that youth-owned businesses and female-owned businesses and small community-based businesses are the ones which are the primary suppliers of goods and services. And I have nothing against big businesses, but St. Lucie is the northernmost part of the island, and this really can create new economic activity. If the goods and services can come from the local community, it would make a tremendous difference to the lives and fortunes of people who live in that area. I think we are going to see those with cash and capital, like maybe some of my colleagues, rushing to invest in St. Lucie, and others, because clearly that will now happen, because once one school goes there, and St. Lucie does have the land space. So there is the potential for different ranges of activities to be established there. And once that happens, then you can see how it will have a snowball or domino effect. So I think we have to brace and prepare and plan for the new push and the new development which will characterize St. Lucie, that we have to remember what our manifesto commitments were in terms of putting in infrastructural development. And on that note, I would wish to caution that very often we establish these kinds of facilities without having comprehensive consideration of the infrastructural support that is needed. Water, electricity, road networks, and all of the things which then can make life comfortable or uncomfortable for those in the area or for those at the new facility. For instance, if you put an additional, I don't know how many students the school is intended to have, but if you were to put an additional 1,500 residents in St. Lucie, what does that mean for water supply? What does it mean for the use of the road network and people coming to town? What does it mean? Well, the power company, the power grid would hardly be affected, but these are the kinds of considerations that we have to bear in mind when we are doing these kinds of large-scale developments. So I hope that the appropriate and commensurate planning processes are already underway, and that we are not just saying yes to the school and perhaps to other development of facilities in the area without ample consideration for how it will impact on old Miss Jones, who still needs to have her water, her quality of life, who has lived close to the area for the last 60 years, grew up on that spot. Well, oh, Miss Jones, 60 years. No, I think I want to raise the age, sir, because, oh, Miss Thompson, yes, we would be here. But that's the point, that you don't want to adversely impact on the residential community, which is residential communities which are established there, who could potentially be adversely impacted if the planning and infrastructural considerations are not properly addressed at an early hour in the development of the new facilities that I anticipate are going to be going to St. Lucie. So with these words, I don't know if there were few, maybe few for me, sir, I don't know, I didn't watch the clock, but I'm happy to support this measure and to say that I look forward. I spend a lot of time living in St. Lucie, sir, and I look forward to the positive developments that this will bring to the parish and the surrounding communities on the whole. I look with great keen anticipation on what it could possibly mean for developing Barbados as a center in the Caribbean for dental specializations, because there are so many, and still in several countries in the Caribbean, they don't have the degree of dental specializations that we do. In fact, you know, you come to Barbados and people have excellent teeth, and you see it when they speak, when they smell, but you go to other places and, you know, you can tell that there's a dearth of dental practitioners in the country, and we would want to be able to offer services beyond our national shores. So I think this has tremendous potential, not only to spark development at the national level and in the community, but for us to really think strategically about what other disciplines or what other medical facilities and tourism, health tourism-based facilities we can bring to St. Lucie and to the country. And with those, sir, I give my support and say to you that I'm much obliged.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, Senator Thompson. Senator Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I suspect that Senator Thompson doesn't see the same teeth that I see. Mr. President, this country has never had a system for administering public dental care across the board. It is only treated those who are under age 16 for emergencies and those over 65. And in times like these, if you come into the QEH, you will see, especially on our ENT wards, you will see what happens in a country when some people don't have money because they cannot afford dental care. The others have dental care. So unless this dental school, like most dental schools, will establish some public dental clinics that will provide some level of care to those in the community and surrounding areas, it might not have any impact on dental care for a lot of people because it's only a dental school. Now, the reality is that the health of a nation, even though we tend to ignore it, is significantly connected to one's level of dental health. I will not dwell too much on it, but it's becoming more and more topical nowadays as we realize there are things that we have done and are doing that are not helping the public. But Mr. President, the 9 acres, I estimate is about 9 acres, because unfortunately, I still think in acres. That is being compulsorily acquired. I imagine that it was for green energy generation. Senator Thompson preempted me by speaking of it. So I thought that this facility that will occupy significant acreage will now acquire another 9 for making it totally green in the north and adding a lot to the power grid. And that the fumes that currently come, and if you drive up during the nights to Harrison Point, as I did recently, the fumes that come to the west from the fuel that is being burnt will probably not be required because this facility would have generated on the 9 acres lots of power during the day and stored it in its battery storage. So I hope that some aspect and some a part of this 9 acres, Mr. President, will indeed be for green energy generation, and that was part of the plan. We haven't heard the plans, but I'm just throwing it out there, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, there happens to be a little bit of beach at Harrison's Point. And I am a great supporter of public access to beaches, to all beaches. And I wonder whether the beach at Harrison Point will continue to be a public beach, or will we slowly see it being quietly blocked off and becoming almost private? I'm not saying that it will happen, Mr. President, but in the quiet of the North, sometimes things can happen and you don't know. Even under our eyes, Mr. President, as we speak in the constituency in which I grew up, there's construction going on that encroaches on the high tide mark. And it's happening right in the eyes of a minister, and that is being said. So, Mr. President, beaches, we must protect the beaches. We must protect public access to the beaches. So I hope that when there is hotel development at Harrison's Point, that the beach, whatever there is of it, will truly remain public, and the public will have unfettered access to it. Finally, Mr. President, I would like to believe that some of the things that we heard today about why there are objections from the professional people, the medical professional people, to the St. George's School, some was fact, Mr. President, and I believe some was fiction. And Mr. President, my senior colleagues were 100% interested in protecting the UWI, and at the time it was felt that having an offshore medical school here might affect the viability of some aspects of the UWI Medical School. We have subsequently moved forward and established a medical faculty in Barbados that is doing quite well. So it appears that with some foresight and looking back, that they were wrong, because there are offshore schools, and it hasn't interfered in any way with the development of UWI. So it looks as though all can exist together. So in some ways, the noise that was being made at the time might have been wrong, but it never happened, so we can't say anything about it. Now, I would like to think, Mr. President, that and it's happened every time this country has economic hardship, we see a rise in...
On a point of elucidation, Mr. President. Thank you very much. So I just want to make it clear that just now during the course of my comments, when I spoke about some of the spurious and silly arguments that were used against it, that I'm not necessarily attributing the most spurious of those to members of the medical profession. I simply made the point, or simply making the point, that it did not have the support of senior people in the medical practitioners at the time, and that helped to scuttle it. But that in the wider public domain, the arguments really against it really became wide and ridiculous. So I just want to have the record clear in respect of that point, and I thank Honorable Senator Mr. Maynard for giving way and admitting that his colleagues with hindsight.
Please continue, Senator Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Senator Thompson also for admitting that my colleagues had a vested interest in protecting UWI. Mr. President, whenever we have economic hardship, the people of the country suffer with their teeth, because they have to pay for the dental care. And I hope that when this dental school is established, there will certainly be a clinic within the school that will provide some level of public care for those between the ages of 16 and 65, which are the majority, and the effects of it will be seen in the public and within the QVH. Our rate of admissions of dental abscesses will fall, because when people do not have money in their pockets, you can't access dental care. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Maynard. Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to thank the honourable members who have spoken, both Senator the Honourable Elizabeth Thompson, Deputy President of the Honourable Chamber, and Senator Mr. Maynard. Now, I want to respond on the following points. One, the Departments of Town and Country Planning, as is the norm, is usually actively involved in ensuring that there is planning permission, environmental studies completed, impact assessments completed, and I'm confident that in this instance that will not be any different. So the ministry with responsibility for town and country planning and the town and country planning board, as it is now constituted, is always fully engaged in ensuring that impact studies are done, and I expect that to take place in this instance as well. I want to, however, take the opportunity on the issue of greening and issues relating to green energy to point out that just recently, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, I had the privilege of officially opening the Trents facility for the Barbados Light and Power, the Clean Energy Transition Bridge located at Trents in St. Lucie. That facility is one of the perhaps flagships anywhere in the Caribbean, not just in Barbados, because it represents what is a genuine energy transition for a country like Barbados. It represents the stacks at the back that still burn heavy fuel oil, and they're still there, but it also represents a transitioning to the 10 megawatt solar farm, which is in the front, integrated with agriculture with over 300 sheep that are there, partnership with a local farmer who is providing the sheep and therefore is able to have access to a lease for the land and is able to maintain the land under the solar farm. And it also represents the only 10 megawatt storage on island also at that facility. So you have the old on the one hand being phased out with the new, with solar and storage on the other hand. And over time, what we are now beginning to do with the Barbados Light and Power at that facility is to have a conversation around transitioning from heavy fuel oil in those stacks to more energy efficient and cleaner forms of energy, specifically starting with natural gas as a bridging fuel, and then ultimately, possibly, even preferably, biodiesel, which is completely clean. And so we're looking at what that transition looks like. That is just in Trents alone in St. Lucie. We also have a 30 megawatt wind farm, which is earmarked for Lamberts in St. Lucie. All of those are projects that have been undertaken or are being planned, not just in collaboration with the Town and Country Planning Division, but with the Member of Parliament for the area to ensure that Mrs. Thompson and Mrs. Jones down the road and the communities who are adjacent to these various projects are integrated into the process. And what we have also been able to do, Mr. President, in those instances is to ensure that there is a community component for development. And that is one of the things that is earmarked for the Lamberts wind project for 30 megawatts. It was originally 10 megawatts, it's now proposed for 3 megawatts. And even before we go in with the wind masts to begin the process of undertaking the studies for that project, the community will be engaged to ensure that people don't just see random strangers coming into their communities to do new projects and they have not been consulted, engaged, and they have not been a part of the process going forward. Equally so, the agriculture sector, Mount Poirier, the BADMC has an extensive project in St. Lucie as well, as does Mount Gay Distilleries. also in Oxnard, in St. Lucie. There is a considerable amount of work being done, in particular in the St. Lucie area, in onshore wind and in solar PV as connected to the energy sector. And we are committed to continuing to ensuring that the communities are a part of that. So given all that I have said, Mr. President, I have no expectation that any of the new infrastructure projects, not just this one, will not therefore be integrated into our overall energy planning. In fact, we have undertaken to comprise, with the assistance of the Ministry with responsibility for town and country planning and the ministry that deals with infrastructure, the two ministries, there is one ministry, we have undertaken to get from them all of the infrastructure projects that are taking place all across the country, all of the housing projects that are earmarked all across the country, and we have begun to project outwards, certainly over the next 5 years, next 10 years, an energy map that tells us where Barbados is likely to have a progression based on our Capital Works program. We have gone even further, Mr. President, beyond green energy. We have also asked the National Petroleum Corporation also to map their own expansion, and I am in receipt of a first draft of what that looks like, which then maps not just commercial development on the one hand, but how that commercial development will benefit the residential communities, the Ms. Thompsons and the Ms. Josephs and the Ms. Cummins nearby, to make sure that all of those persons are also able to benefit from the expansion in Capital Works projects at the residential level and, most importantly, at the community level. So that is the commitment of this government, and that is what we have been doing in St. Lucie and all the way from St. Lucie to St. Philip and from St. Joseph to St. Michael and to Christchurch and everything in between, Mr. President. Now, I am very supportive also of the notion of offshore schools in Barbados. I am very supportive of the business of education. In a previous life, I very much remember having a conversation under a project at the time called the Skills for the Future about how Barbados needed to treat, on the one hand, education as a public good, where persons are able to achieve their own legitimate expectations on the one hand through education, income mobility, social mobility, and so on. But at the same time, Barbados as an economy could not divorce itself from the idea that one of the fastest growing sectors globally in the world is education, the business of education, offshore education, students that are moving to physical landed campuses, people moving as long-term visitors. When you hear people talking about a long-term visitor attached to a student, you are talking about a student who is coming to live in your country for 3 years. On average, they could be coming for a year, 2 years, 3 years. If they're doing postgraduate, they're coming for 9 months to a year. But during the time that they are there, they are consuming a range of goods and services and expanding the size and scope of your domestic economy. Equally so, their families, their friends that come to visit them are also expected to come to the country to visit and therefore to consume goods and services as well, thereby further creating an education tourism product, and with it, contributing to the growth of the business of education. Barbados has evolved into the business of education alongside the public good that is education. And it is initiatives such as this, and I expect others, where Barbados is not simply waiting for people to come here to the country to say, we want to do this in country, but Barbados is actively and aggressively asserting that this is a place to do business. And certainly I want to take the opportunity here to say, as the minister with responsibility for the energy sector, I have begun to share with my colleagues that it is my intention to look at the establishment of an energy institute here in Barbados, which begins the process of training persons in the energy sector, bringing persons from all across the region and small island developing states like Barbados to begin to solve and to interrogate in the first instance and to solve the problems facing small island developing states in our energy sector. That, I am hopeful, is something that we can do with the partnership of the University of the West Indies and other international entities. But we want to be able to have that done here in Barbados in the same way that we are having an offshore medical university earmarked for St. Lucie in this particular resolution. Finally, Mr. President, I cannot argue at all about the provision of dental care in the same way that we are equally providing medical care for other parts of the community. I grew up in a Barbados where we used to go to the dentist for your cleanings. You would go and you would have a filling. I remember in the days when you used to have those ugly silver fillings and then you transitioned into the white ones over time. So I agree wholeheartedly with the recommendation made by the Honorable Member, Senator Maynard. In fact, if you look at the University of the West Indies, our own institution, certainly at the Mona campus in the law faculty, they also have public clinics where persons can be able to come and get public legal aid as a part of the development program of the law faculty at the University of the West Indies at Mona. It is a good suggestion, and I'm confident that those who I believe you have easy access to, who are responsible for the health sector in the country, would be very happy to receive your suggestions when you have the opportunity to share them with them. And so with these few words, again, Mr. President, I commend this resolution to the Honorable Chamber, and I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
The question is that this resolution, which is to have Parliament in accordance with Section 5 of the Land Acquisition Act, Chapter 228, compulsory approve this land at Harris's Plantation in St. Lucie for the public purpose of education, economic, and tourism development, do not pass. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This resolution is therefore no pass. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, that brings us to the end of government business for the day. I want to express my appreciation to all the honorable members who have come and put their heads down and have made sure that we push through with the people's business for the course of today. And so thank you very much for your support. As we know, next week there will be other activity happening here in this honorable Parliament, and therefore I beg to move that Parliament, the Senate, be adjourned until the 26th of July at 11 a.m.
The question is that the Senate do not adjourn until July 26, 2023 at 11 a.m. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore adjourned until July 26, 2023 at 11 a.m.